The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we assuredly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Hello, I'm Nita Viviani Nurhanifa. I'm postgraduate student in Master of Economics Program 2023. In our Master of Economics program, you choose between two exciting concentration. The first concentration is Islamic economics, focusing on Islamic philanthropy, Islamic banking and finance, and the halal industry. The second concentration is Sustainable Development Economics, focusing on regional development planning, spatial economics with GIS, and green economy. Our lecturers are experts in their field, graduated from across countries, from Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Middle East countries, Spain, UK, and Indonesia reputable universities, providing a rich and diverse learning environment.
We invite you to join us at the Master of Economics program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Together, we can shape the future of economic thought and practice and make a lasting impact on our communities, innocent society, and the world. Master of Economics program UMY, nurturing future economic leaders with Islamic values.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. upholding three principles of higher education, we are certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Hello, I'm Nita Viviani Nurhanifa. I'm postgraduate student in Master of Economics Program 2023. In our Master of Economics Program, you choose between two exciting concentration. The first concentration is Islamic Economics, focusing on Islamic philanthropy, Islamic banking and finance, and the halal industry. The second concentration is Sustainable Development Economics, focusing on regional development planning, spatial economics with GIS, and green economy. Our lecturers are experts in their field, graduated from across countries, from Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Middle East countries, Spain, UK, and Indonesia reputable universities, providing a rich and diverse learning environment.
We invite you to join us at the Master of Economics program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Together, we can shape the future of economic thought and practice and make a lasting impact on our communities, Indonesian society, and the world. Master of Economics program UMY, nurturing future economic leaders with Islamic values.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Hello, I'm Nita Viviani Nurhanifa. I'm postgraduate student in Master of Economics Program 2023. In our Master of Economics Program, you choose between two exciting concentration. The first concentration is Islamic Economics, focusing on Islamic philanthropy, Islamic banking and finance, and the halal industry. The second concentration is Sustainable Development Economics, focusing on regional development planning, spatial economics with GIS, and green economy. Our lecturers are experts in their field, graduated from across countries, from Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Middle East countries, Spain, UK, and Indonesia reputable universities, providing a rich and diverse learning environment.
We invite you to join us at the Master of Economics program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Together, we can shape the future of economic thought and practice and make a lasting impact on our communities, Indonesian society, and the world. Master of Economics Program UMY, nurturing future economic leaders with Islamic values.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Muda mendunia. This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greetings, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected speakers, dearest participants, and beloved academic family of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. All praises be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has granted us health and blessing so we can gather here today at the second International Conference on Economic Development and Sustainability, Iconeds 2025, hosted by Master of Economic Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I am Belia Selvira, and it's truly an honor for me to serve as your Master of Ceremony throughout this prestigious event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to warmly welcome and express our deepest gratitude to Profesor Dr. Ahmad Nurmandi, MSc, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Enda Sabtuningsi, SA, MSc, Head of the Master Program in Economics, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Kabin Hasan, University of New Orleans, USA, Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Xiao Lishan, Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, China, Professor Evan Lau Pohok, University Malaysia, Sarawak, Professor Ahmed Abdelhak, University of Bolton, UK, our respective moderators, participants, academic guests, and all committee members. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin today's conference by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. May this program bring us insight, inspiration, and meaningful collaboration. Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's sing together the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya and Mars Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Operator, this screen is yours. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to bless this event, let's listen to the recitation of the Holy Quran by Saudari Rindi Puji Lestari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Lillahi ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. Wa in tubdu ma fi anfusikum aw tukhfuhu yuhasibkum bihillah. Fayaghfiru liman yasha' wa yu'adzibu man yasha'. Wallahu ala kulli syai'in qadir. Amanar rasulu bima unzila ilaihi mir rabbihi wal mu'minun. Kullun amana billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi la nufarriqu baina ahadin mir rusulihi wa qalu sami'na wa ata'na ghufranaka rabbana wa ilaikal masir. La yukallifullahu nafsan illa wus'aha. Laha ma kasabat wa 'alaiha ma iktasabat. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين Sadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Rindi, for the beautiful recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to invite Professor Dr. Enda Sabtusinisi, SA MSE, Head of the Master Program in Economics, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta, to deliver the welcoming speech. To Prof. Enda, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Peace be upon us all. Distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Kabir Hasan from University of New Orleans, USA, Professor Dr. Evan Laupoh, University Malaysia, Sarawak, Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Imamuddin Juliadi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Xiaolo Lixian, PhD from Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, China, and the last, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdel from University of Bolton, UK. Honorable participants, researchers, academics, students, and practitioners from all over Indonesia and beyond, on behalf of Master of Economics Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I am truly honored and delighted to welcome all of you to International Conference on Economics Development and Sustainability 2025. This year's theme, Strengthening Economic Resilience, Navigating Uncertainty for Sustainability Development in 2025, is not only timely but also deeply relevant to the challenges we face today in an increasingly volatile and complex global environment. As economic, environmental, social, and technological shifts continue to reshape our world, the need for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable economic strategies has never been greater. Iconeds 2025 brings together a diverse group of experts, scholars, and professionals to engage in critical discussion across a wide range of scopes, including but not limited to sustainable energy policy, climate resilience, and green macroeconomic strategies, and then Islamic economics and finance, circular economy, urbanization, social well-being, and poverty alleviations, as well as innovation in Islamic fintech, and then policy development and inclusive economic growth. Through this conference, we aim to foster interdisciplinary dialogue and collaborative research that can offer actionable insight for policymakers, business leaders, and society at large. We are especially proud that this event is attended by participants from across Indonesia and abroad, representing the vibrant and growing academic community committed to sustainable development. To our esteemed speakers, thank you for sharing your valuable time, knowledge, and perspective with us. Your contribution will undoubtedly enrich the discourse and inspire new direction for research and practice. To all participants, may this conference serve not only as a platform for academic exchange, but also as a space for meaningful connection and long-term collaboration. Let us work together to build a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient economic futures. Once again, welcome to Iconeds 2025. We hope you enjoy this session, the discussion, and the spirit of academic excellence to unite us here today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Professor Enda, for your warm and inspiring message. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin to the international conference, we will now hold a certificate presentation. To begin with, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Professor Kabir Hassan from the University of New Orleans, USA, and Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi from University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The certificate will be presented by Professor Dr. Enda Sabtutinisi, SA, MSc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kabir.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can take a photo together. 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. Let's take a picture together. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we come to one of the most exciting moments of today's event, Second International Conference on Economic Development and Sustainability, Iconeds 2025. Our first speakers, Professor Kabir Hassan from the University of New Orleans, USA. Our second speakers, Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. To guide us through this session, we are pleased to introduce our moderator, Dr. Zaini Mukhlis LC Merck. But before that, I would like to read his curriculum vitae. Dr. Zaini Mukhlis LC Merck is a lecturer and researcher at the Development Economic Study Program the Islamic Research and Knowledge Hub and obtained his doctoral degree from University Saint Islam Malaysia, USIM. He is actively involved in research and community service, particularly in the areas of zakat, wakaf, MSMEs empowerment, and the development of Islamic economic based on entrepreneurship. Dr. Zaini has led and participated in various research and community service projects, including village tourism development, strengthening village-owned enterprises (BUMDs), and optimizing zakat distribution. In addition to his academic activities, he is also known as a speaker in various seminar and Islamic entrepreneurship training sessions and is involved in professional organizations such as IAEI, APSEI, and the World Economic Association. His dedication to social issues and community empowerment makes him an inspiring figure and in promoting Islamic values in economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Zaini Mukhlis El-Simer.
Okay, good morning to all participants. Can you hear my voice? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good morning all the participants in the first international conference on economic development and sustainability. So today we will start our this first international conference, and today we will have 5 presenters today. And for the first presenter will be delivered by Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hasan. So firstly, let's me greeting to the Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan. Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you see me?
Okay, hopefully you are in the good health, Professor. Alhamdulillah, we can see you.
Yes.
Okay, how are you, Professor?
I'm all right. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan is from University of New Orleans. So, and before we start our discussion today, he will present about the values-driven finance, ethical innovation for sustainable and inclusive growth. But before he start his discussion, let me read some of CV from the Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan. He's a professor at finance in the Department of Economic and Finance at the University of New Orleans. He currently holds 4 endorsed chair and the Moffitt chairs of World Resources Prize and Economic Development at the University of New Orleans. Professor Hasan won the 2016 Islamic Development Bank, or IB, prize in Islamic Banking and Finance. And also, he is in the top 2% of cited authors, according to 2024 Stanford University survey. And if we see here, Professor Dr. Muhammad Hasan is renowned Bangladesh American economist and professor of finance at the University of New Orleans. He holds multiple prestigious academic titles and is among the most cited research in the finance, with over 350 publications and several key books, such as Handbook of Islamic Banking, and also he is a leading figure in Islamic finance. He is also served as a consultant for global institutions like the IMF, World Bank, and Islamic Development Bank, and actively promotes sustainable, inclusive Islamic finance through academic and professional engagement. To all presenter, to all participants, I'm sorry. So let me hear from the Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan and the discussion today. He will deliver about the values-driven finance, ethical innovation for sustainable and inclusive growth. So thanks yours, Professor. So we will have time from right now until 9:40, inshallah, and 9:30. So we will, after that, going to Q&A session. So time is yours, bro.
Okay. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All participants, Rabbi Shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you, Dr. Zaini Mukhlis, for this nice presentation. So let me share my slides. So in order to keep our thought intact, I pretty much will follow my slides. There's a lot of data And also I'll share my slides after my presentation with the audience. So I hope you listen, and if you have any question towards the end, I'll try to answer it. So this is the title of my presentation: Values-Driven Finance, Ethical Innovation for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth. Now, there are several parts of my presentation. Let's start with the entrepreneurship and ethical innovation. I'll try to connect with all these concepts to Islamic values as well. So you know Islam is an entrepreneur religion. Ethical entrepreneurship goes beyond profit maximization to prioritize beneficence, integrity, and positive societal impact alongside business innovation. This approach builds sustainable ventures that create shared value for all stakeholders while addressing significant social and environmental challenges. The first principle of beneficence: it is a commitment to creating positive impact through products and services that improve lives and communities. Second, stakeholder value creation, balancing interests of customers, employees, investors, communities, and environment in business decisions. So it is not only profit maximization or stockholders' value maximization. The third one is ethical resilience, to maintain ethical standards even under competitive pressure or when facing external challenges. So there is a book written by John Mackey and Raj Sisodia, Conscious Capitalism. So we are not, and Islam is not against capitalism, but what we need is human capitalism. So if you are following US news, so there is a Muslim candidate in the biggest city in the United States, New York City, is a mayoral candidate, is a forerunner. And for the first time, and he talks about he's a social democrat, means that he wants market mechanism, but with the objective of creating an equitable society. So this book, Conscious Capitalism, advocates for businesses serving all stakeholders, customers, employees, communities, beyond shareholders, critiqued for idealizing corporate altruism without addressing structural inequality. I mean, if you give some CSR funding to the community without really addressing wages, the labor capital ratio balance, that really does not help. So if you look at the sustainable finance landscape, and if you look at the sustainable investing continues to gain momentum with impressive growth projections and increasing adoption across market segments. While it is growing the rest of the world, right now we have a President, Donald Trump, who has abolished diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if you look at the numbers, the total asset under management is almost $53 trillion, represents growing integration of sustainability factors. If you look at explicitly environment, social, and governance focused investment, is about 6.5 trillion. And expected ESG asset that is supposed to grow to 33.9 trillion by 2026. So there is a survey done. 73% of the survey respondents expect significant market growth in the next 1 to 2 years. 85% of the investors cite greenwashing as a serious concern, not really doing exact real thing, but doing some, optics. 79% of US markets, about $41.5 trillion, is covered by stewardship policies. Now, when I look at entrepreneurship and ethical innovation, so sustainable entrepreneurship metrics, we can look at from different ways. We can look at the supply chain transparency, environmental impact, social responsibility, governance compliance, and ethical innovation. And the key finding of a survey, 53% of income for the top 500 US corporations comes from business operations contributing to sustainable development goals. And what are the ethical innovation drivers? consumer demand for sustainable products. The Gen Z millennials, they want sustainable products, sustainable environment. Talent attraction and retention, 14% of higher ESG ratings. And there are new market opportunities and risk mitigation. Now, what are the business benefits of ethical innovation? Now, 50% say that they lower capital cost, 88% consumer loyalty, and about 88% also say that ESG initiatives attract a lot of customers, and lead sustainability is 83%. So what are the Eco Innovation Index? 16 variables across these 5 categories on the left side of my screen measure sustainable innovation performance, and 76% adoption rate, and sustainable value creation. Companies with ethical innovation outperform competitors by 35% over 5 years. So it does pay off to have a sustainable investment practice. The second topic that I want to touch base on is the technology and digital ethics and finance. So digital ethics and finance centers on the responsible development and deployment of technology that prioritizes transparency, privacy protection, and data security for all users and stakeholders. Digital trust framework, building systems that maintain user confidence through transparent algorithms and strong security protocols. Algorithmic fairness, ensuring AI-driven financial decision, avoid bias, and provide equitable access to services. And data sovereignty, respecting individual rights to control their financial data and understand how it is being used. Now, Islamic entrepreneurship and innovation, when we talk about this, what is the ethical commercial synergy? We talk about halal tayyib integration. It requires products to be permissible, not only permissible halal, but also be pure and ethical tayyib, extending beyond the ESG to holistic compliance. Our certification fragmentation across markets hinders scalability. So we do not have a halal industry uniform halal certification, and some countries are ahead of other countries. I know Malaysia and Indonesia is ahead of the other 57 OIC Muslim countries. Social impact Sukuk finds green infrastructure. Indonesia is about 2.5 billion renewable projects, yet it is only less than 15% of global Sukuk address SDG due to investors' return expectations. Because this SDG Sukuk or green Sukuk, the return is not comparable or given the risk that is given. Now, what is the evolving fintech landscape? So as I mentioned before, you heard about the blockchain in financial services. We talk about security. Immutable records provide tamper-proof security for financial transactions. We talk about traceability. Complete transaction history allows ethical supply chain verification. Compliance. Smart contracts automates regulatory compliance and ethical standards. And of course, the most important, financial inclusion. DeFi platforms expand access to about 1.7 billion previously unbanked individuals. So there are some data that I mentioned, data privacy, 90% fintech firms collect sensitive personal data requiring robust protection. Algorithm fairness, 65% of the institution now test AI models for bias and discrimination. These are some good news. This account from survey data. Regulatory compliance, 74% increase. ESG reporting guidance over 4 years. And environmental impact, blockchain energy consumption concerns, driving 58% adoption of green alternatives. The third topic that I want to talk about is reconstructing moral political economy. So what is it? A moral political economy reimagines market structure to prioritize human flourishing, shared prosperity, social justice over pure profit maximization. This approach integrates ethical frameworks into economic systems and institutions to create more equitable and sustainable outcomes. Now, we have to have economics which are human-centered, placing human well-being and dignified work at the center of economic policy rather than growth metrics alone. We need institutional reform, redesigning economic institutions to promote fairness, inclusion, and responsible stewardship of resources, and of course, democratic participation, the shuratic principle that exists in Islamic theology, and sharing economic systems allow for meaningful participation by diverse stakeholders in decision making. Now, Islamic political economy, wealth circulation mandate, it bans wealth hoarding, Quran 934, theoretically allowing inclusive growth. Practically, wealth concentration persists in GCC states, even though we have all this beautiful structure in the Quran and Sunnah, but top 10% in GCC countries hold 60% of the asset. That means there's huge income inequality in the society. State-through tension, sovereign wealth funds like Saudi private investment fund drive diversification, but often prioritize national agendas over cross-border ummah solidarity. So Saudi Arabia has a lot of money, but there are other poor Muslim countries. So when you talk about the diversification, it does not really look at the cross-country diversification the way it should be. Beyond GDP, a new economic framework. So our current political economic framework is fixated on GDP, individual achievement, and short-term profit, heightening barriers to widespread prosperity. A moral political economy must balance growth with equality, sustainability, and human dignity. So what are the key challenges to address? The market concentration and economic inequality, climate change and environmental degradation, technological disruption and job displacement, erosion of social trust, and democratic norms. So when we talk about economic performance index and social progress index must really go hand by hand. Now, the framework for a moral political economy. So business optimized for multiple stakeholders, including employees, communities, and environment, not just shareholders. The adoption rate is only 68%. Solidarity economy, economic framework prioritizing cooperation, equity, democratic governance, and community ownership. Adoption rate is 35%. Circular economy, which is becoming very important in this linear economy framework. Economic model focused on eliminating waste and continuously reusing resources to minimize environmental impact, about 42% adoption. Well-being economy, economic system designed to deliver human and ecological well-being rather than prioritizing GDP growth, adoption rate is 27%. So when you talk about material wealth versus moral consideration, 53% of income for top 500 corporations comes from SDG-aligned corporations. 85% asset managers report ESG consideration as a top priority. And 71% of executives struggle to balance growth objectives with ESG communities. And 91% of the corporate leaders acknowledge their duty to address sustainability. And this comes from Pricewaterhouse survey. Now, the fourth topic that I want to touch base on is solidarity and justice in ethical traditions. Across diverse philosophical and religious traditions, solidarity and justice emerge as foundational ethical principles that guide collective action and social cohesion. It runs across religious and faith traditions. So there is a convergence about this topic among different faith traditions. These traditions provide frameworks for addressing inequality, human rights, and the ethical obligations we have toward one another. And what are the core ethical principles? Justice as fairness, emphasizes equitable distribution of resources and opportunities with special attention to the needs of marginalized communities. Solidarity as mutual aid, it recognizes our interconnectedness and promotes collective responsibility through compassionate action. And third, human dignity. It affirms the inherent worth of every person, regardless of faith, color, race, and sex, serving as a foundation for human rights and ethical environment. Now, When I talk about the financial practices in the solidarity and justice, so we have interest regulations, the prohibition against usury found in Christianity, Jewish, and Islamic traditions have evolved into ethical banking regulations that protect vulnerable borrowers. Charitable giving, zakat exists in Islam, Zadeka, Judaism, Dana, Buddhism, and Tithi Christianity established systemic giving supporting modern philanthropic models, and collective ownership, community-based economic models drawing from various traditions have led to cooperative banking and mutual societies. So these are some universal values in financial ethics, community welfare, prioritizing collective prosperity over individual wealth accumulation, stewardship, responsible management of resources for future generations, future fair distribution, equitable sharing of resources and opportunities, and protection of the vulnerable financial system that safeguard the disadvantaged. So if you see the rudder, that there are different Abrahamic traditions, Eastern tradition, and secular ethics. Both Abrahamic tradition and Eastern tradition supersede when it comes to wealth distribution, prohibition of usury, social justice, and a charitable obligation. So again, there was a survey done by Pew Research Center in the United States, impact of religious values on financial behavior. 76% of the people of faith more likely to invest in community development. 68% of people in faith apply ethical skills to investment decision. 82% of people in faith, higher percentage of income donated to charity, and 72% of people in faith focus on intergenerational wealth stewardship. Now, the idea number 5, public policy for shared prosperity. Public policy designed for shared prosperity focus on creating inclusive economic growth that benefits all segments of society, not just the wealthy. And these approaches balance market dynamics with strong social safety nets and investment in public goods to ensure equitable distribution of opportunity and resources. And what are the key policy elements? Economic inclusion, policies that expand access to education, healthcare, and financial resources for marginalized communities. I'm sure this is a big issue in Indonesia and every country, including the country that I live in, the United States of America. Sustainable infrastructure, investment in public goods to support long-term growth while addressing environmental challenges. And there is an ideological and political fight going on right now as we speak in the United States, with the Republican administration now holding all 3 branches of the government. They are trying to steer away from many of the gains that has been achieved over the last few years under the Democratic government like Joe Biden. Progressive taxation, tax system that ensure fair contribution from all economic participants while funding essential services. Right now, there's a tax and spend bill is being debated at the US Congress and Senate. They're trying to give tax benefits to the wealthy and cut social benefits. So there's a huge debate going on right now in the United States. So if you look at the inequality challenge, income distribution of population quintile 1970 versus 2020. So the era of shared prosperity ended in 1970s with diverging income trends. 1/5 of the world lives in countries with high income inequality. During the 2018 and 13, mean incomes for the poorest 40% rose in 60 out of 83 countries. So what are the effective policy approach that we need to take? The educational investment, human capital development with equal access to quality education. If you look at education percentage of budget, even in Indonesia, it's probably less than 2%. We really need to increase the percentage of GDP that goes to education, social protection, same story, safety nets that protect vulnerable population. We need to have not a regressive taxation. The rich people should be taxed more. Fair tax system that fund public investment. And labor market policies, minimum wages and worker protections. In the United States, different states are trying to increase the minimum wage. And in the Muslim countries, the other countries, where the idea of minimum wage does not even exist. If you look at some of the figures of the different parts of the world, it's only 2 parts of the world that's where this income inequality declining, Europe and Central Asia, and believe it or not, Sub-Saharan Africa is also getting better, but the other parts of the world are diverging from the mean with the bottom 40% income of the society. Now, point number 6, sustainable development and environmental ethics. Sustainable development integrates environmental stewardship with economic progress, ensuring future generations inherit a healthy planet while meeting present needs. And environmental ethics provides the moral framework that guides this balance, emphasizing responsibility toward nature and ecosystems beyond their utility to humans. And what are the core principles? Like we have triple bottom line, balancing people, planet, and profit in business decision and development strategies. Circular economy, designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use, and regenerating the natural systems. And intergenerational justice, ethical responsibility to preserve environmental resources and opportunities for our future generations. Now, if you look at the SDG progress overview, you know that has been 2015. There are different goals that has been taken. So if you take environment protection, policy integration, economic growth, resource efficiency, social inclusion, climate action. So it has been found that just few of these out of 17 goals, the SDG 13 climate action, only 42% of the countries are on track. Affordable clean energy, only 67% of the country on track. Clean water and sanitation, 54% on track. And life on land, only 28% on track. So environmental finance growth, green bond issuance and increased 58% year over year, reaching 580 billion in 2023. That's good news. Corporate commitment, 72% of S&P 500 companies in the United States have made net zero commitments by 2050. So green finance convergence, there's a book recently came out by Nazim Ali and Juma. It was an edited book. And I have a paper there as well. Eco-Sukuk growth issuance surged 40.5% year to year, 2023. Funding solar waste projects, critical gap, only 22% mandate third-party impact audits. So even though it is there, but it does not allow the third party whether they are doing what they are asking. Sharia ESG overlaps, both prohibit fossil fuel investment, yet Islamic banks' carbon footprints remain 30% higher than ESG leaders due to real estate exposures. And Professor Hanif of Malaysia are just linking Sukuk to Maqasid-aligned impact audits, challenging tokenistic green branding in Islamic bonds. Number 7, civil society and religious ethics. Faith communities and civil society organizations function as ethical pillars that shape public discourse and drive transformative social action. By applying ethical principles derived from religious traditions, these institutions foster community welfare, social cohesion, moral leadership in addressing contemporary challenges. So we really do not want a godless society. We want a society which is faith in God, regardless of the religious tradition. Of course, we are from the Muslim faith, Islamic faith. We want Islam, the Muslim majority country, the values being reflected. Moral authority and public trust, religious institutions often maintain credibility in society, allowing them to advocate effectively for ethical practices and policies. Community support networks, faith-based organizations provide crucial social services addressing needs that might otherwise go unmet by government or market systems. And ethical frameworks for civic engagement. Religious ethics provide foundational principles for justice, dignity, and human rights that guide civil society advocacy. Now, if you look at some numbers, so religious participation and civic engagement, civil society participation rates by religious activity. So if you look at religiously active and non-religious persons, volunteering civic protection, participation, charitable giving, political engagement, neighborhood involvement. In all of these matrices, the religiously active people contribute more. Active religious participants are more likely to be civically engaged and report higher levels of happiness. Religious organizations are essential components of social capital formation in communities. So if you look at the sample numbers, 45% higher volunteering rates among religiously active individuals, 38% more charitable giving compared to non-religious peers, 57% join civic organizations beyond religious institutions, and 63% support community causes through faith-based initiatives. So we need to build trust. Religious communities foster social trust that extends beyond religious boundaries, with 72% reporting increased community trust. And social cohesion, faith organizations help integrate 67% of the newcomers into community life through service programs. Now, when we talk about Islam, specifically social justice instruments, now Wakaf is very familiar in Indonesia. There's one estimate there's $60 billion of idle land sitting, $60 billion worth of Wakaf land sitting idle. If you can convert this into income earning with 5%, you can have $3 to $5 billion each year, which can be used different social activities. Historically funded education, healthcare, modern revival, Singapore's Wakaf shares. We can be innovative, and I know the Indonesia is one of the leaders. They have business. Qardul Hasan, interest-free loans, targets poverty alleviation, but is only practiced less than 1% in the Muslim communities. And if you look at Islamic banks, their Qardul Hasan account is less than 1%. Now we need to change the how we can put this in a perspective. If we follow an ESG framework, environmental, climate impact, resource users, waste management, social, we need to look at human rights, labor standards, community relations, governance, corporate ethics, transparency, and board diversity. So triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit. We need to have a cross-cultural leadership on digital ethics. So we need to assess, implement, measure, and improvement. And leadership dimensions have to be connected, curiosity, clarity, commitment, and communication. And when we talk of digital ethics pillars, we have to have privacy for data, security, transparency, fairness, and accountability. Now, impact investing and ESG performance returns. I have given these numbers before. Sustainable and traditional funds, if we do, in each of these dimensions, sustainable funds are doing pretty well, except in 2024. But record asset under management, almost $3.56 trillion. Sustainable funds hit record assets under management. Of this, 94% of the impact investor report meeting or exceeding expectations. Now, in terms of ESG adoptions and returns, the Europe is 83% the global ESG assets, North America is 7%, Asia is 18%. So Europe is showing us the lead about ESG integration. But there are challenges of integration and opportunities. There are regional variations. North American investors emphasize unified global standards, 51%, and ESG reporting guidelines, 53%. European investors lead in adoption with 83% of global ESG assets. So what are the challenges? Now you have to challenge, first challenge is you have to balance growth with ESG adoption, 40%. Internal corporate silos, 24%, inconsistent reporting standards, 37%. So if you look at the ESG score, there are 6 different vendors to collect data. You see there the correlation among the data among the 6 vendors are very low. Now, from the investor's perspective, only 33% investor believe ESG reports are of good quality, with less than 40% trust ESG ratings and scores. So what is the way forward? We need to standardize reporting frameworks of ESG. We can use AI-driven analytics adoption, and we have to have C-suite leadership 66% of effectiveness, We need to pay them market salary so that more talented people come to this side of the industry. Now, ESG adoption dimensions, as I said before, regional investment focus. If you look at Europe, they look at more on climate focus with strong regulatory mandate. If you look at Asia Pacific, rapid growth with infrastructure and clean energy emphasis. If you look at North America, corporate governance and social issues prioritized. If you look at Middle East and Africa, they look at renewable energy and water solutions. So Europe 22% subscription, run rate growth, 7% North America, global average is 11%, Asia is 18%. So the regions are differing. Europe, of course, is the best. Then the North America, Asia Pacific, Middle East, Latin America, and Africa is the low end. Now the climate finance and environmental ethics. So if you look at climate finance flows and green bonds issue, they are going parallel hand in hand, but still there's a climate finance gap. Current annual climate finance is need about $632 billion, but the required annual investment lies between $4 to $6 trillion. So what is the ethical dimensions of climate finance? The climate justice, equitable distribution of climate resources and businesses, institutional integrity, transparency and accountability in climate funding, just transition, supporting communities impacted by climate policies, and intergenerational equity, preserving environmental capital for future generations. Now, again, one more time, green bond market, 58% annual growth rate reaching 580 billion issuance in 2023, and 72% focused on renewable energy projects. Climate commitment, 78% of companies with sustainability plans prioritize climate action. Net zero commitments more than doubled since 2021. So Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus has a new theory, 3 zeros, zero hunger, zero unemployment, and zero emission. So we need to focus on this climate. Unfortunately, our current president, Donald Trump, does not really care about the climate. And they have walked over the climate agreement, the Paris, you know about that. Now, technology ethics and financial services, ethical considered financial technology, ethics framework adoption and customer trust index, if you look at, so they are going hand in hand. The key ethical risk in financial technology, 72% of users concerned about financial data uses, 1.7 billion globally unbanked digital divide risk. Algorithm bias, 65% of AI, artificial intelligence systems show unintended demographic biases. So the bias unintended, so you have to be careful the data they process, there is no bias there. Environment impact, fintech carbon footprint growing 21% annually. So what ethical technology governance? So we have emerging, established and advancement, ethical review boards, 42%, algorithm auditing is almost established, 65%, ethical training. So it is moving in the right direction. The regulatory response, 74% increase in tech ethics regulations for financial services in 2020, and European Union AI Act most comprehensive framework. If you look at the market advantage, companies with ethical tech frameworks outperform peers by 23% in customer trust. So it is also good for business. Those who follow this principle, 86% of users favor ethical financial platforms. Now, ethical finance evolution. So market transformation, global standards convergence, harmonization of ESG reporting by 2027. So if you look at ethical tech adoption on this graph, ESG customers in trillions of dollars, AI-driven ESG analytics, AI will become part of our life, 65% adoption in financial sectors by 2026. Emerging ethical finance innovation, tokenized impact assets, blockchain verified impact investment projected to reach 2.5 trillion by 2028, allowing fractional ownership of sustainable projects. Automated impact measurement, Internet of Things and satellite data integration will allow real-time verifiable sustainable metrics by 2026. Community governed finance, decentralized ethical finance protocol will manage $450 billion in assets by 2029. So if we look at the next 5 years key growth indicators, ESG is to reach 50% of global asset under management, 90% of large firms with ethics frameworks, 75% investors to use impact matrices, and climate finance to triple by 2028. So I'm coming almost towards the end. So what are the implementation strategies? As I said before, the implementation toolkit, you have a stakeholder mapping, you have to have a materiality assessment, you have to have ESG metrics dashboard, capability building, risk assessment, progress tracking. So those who are following this SDG 2030 goal, they have all this process in place. So if you look at the first one, the assessment and benchmarking, evaluate current ESG practices, identify gaps, and establish baseline metrics. 82% of successful implementation begin with formal assessment. Second one, strategy development, define ethical finance objectives, stakeholder engagement, and governance structures, and align with existing business goals for 76% higher adoption rates. Integration and enablement, embed ESG criteria in operations, train teams, and establish monitoring systems. C-suite sponsorship increases success rate by 65%. And reporting and optimization, track performance, communicate results, and continuously improve practices. And regular review cycles increase return on investment by 28%. So finally, I'm coming to conclusion. Values for lasting impact. Integrating values-driven framework in finance, innovation, and policy creates the foundation for sustainable growth that benefits all stakeholders in our global society. Ethical leadership. Leaders who prioritize ethics create organizations that thrive financially while contributing positively to society and environment. Stakeholder value. Moving beyond shareholder primacy to create value for employees, customers, communities, and planet alongside investors. Sustainable development, meeting present needs without compromising future generations through environmental stewardship and responsible resource use. And inclusive growth, creating opportunities for all segments of society to participate in and benefit from economic progress. So what we need value-driven growth. Ethics and sustainability are not just moral imperatives. They drive financial performance and long-term resilience. We need stakeholder integration, successful ethical frameworks prioritize inclusive engagement and cross-cultural leadership. We need environmental stewardship, climate finance, and sustainable development requires systemic transformation with ethical foundations. We need technological ethics. Digital innovation must be guided by ethical principles to build trust and sustainable impact. So what's the way forward? Develop integrated ESG frameworks aligned with business strategy. Implement robust measurement system to track impact. Foster collaborative partnership across sectors and culture. And of course, prioritize transparency and stakeholder communication. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I'm ready to take any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan, for delivering the interesting material today. So if we see here that there is no doubt that today the economy of the world conquered by the capitalism system, by the Europe, and also we need the human capitalism, right? So
yes,
the professor say the difference between West economic and the Islamic entrepreneurship or economic, that's the Islamic entrepreneurship giving beneficial value creation and human dignity, as well as the Islamic political economic concerning the moral political to solidarity, justice, sustainable development, and environmental ethic. So to all participants, this is a very interesting topic to discuss to Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan. if you have any questions, so we are going to the next session, Q&A session. So is there any question from all of the participants? So you can ask direct to Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan. Please, is there any question from all of the participants? You can raise your hand, or maybe you can ask directly to Professor. There, anyone?
It seems to me everybody was listening very carefully to what I was saying, so they don't have any question. They understood everything.
Yes, Professor. So, is there? Mr. Dimas? Okay. That is from Siti Murtianti. So, may you always be healthy, Prof. Thank you for the enlightenment that the ideal for the future. What will be the impact of the development of war in the Middle East, the egoism of world leaders, so that the social soul feel like it doesn't exist? Ethics are lost, concern is also lost in society. Okay.
Yeah, I think, this
directly
is
answer, Prof.
very interesting, even though it's a political dimension. It's very sad that what I'm watching sitting here, what is happening. My country, United States, my adopted country, I'm originally from Bangladesh. I'm a Bangladeshi American citizen. Our tax dollars are being used to kill people in Gaza, and there is a double standard. Do you know that Israel has 90 atom bombs? Nobody talks about Israeli atom bomb. And Iran has always been said that they want peaceful use of nuclear technology, but the West does not want Iran to have even that opportunity. What kind of double standard is this? The only reason that US has attacked in connivance with Israel, the Iran, is because Iran was very steadfast for the rights of the Palestinian people, two-state solution. And if you read very carefully, I'm sure you're a very cognizant social observer. There are 7 states United States targeted over the last few years. They have 6 already decimated, and Iran is the 7th one, and that's the final attack they have done. But they have miscalculated. All these intelligence reports are coming up. But the question that you are asking, sister, what is the morality here? We have a double standard, right? So in one stand, we have applied one standard, the other is another standard. In my entire deliberation today, I'm talking about all faith traditions, they converge on these human values, and that human values should be coming forward. You'll be surprised to know this. The new Pope has been very first lecture he gave, he talked about Gaza. Unfortunately, our 57 OIC Muslim countries, their role is very muted. It's very sad. How can you sleep 60,000 people are killed and majority of them are women and children, and they're starving right now. So this morality, unfortunately, is driven by profit mongering, the social inequality, the bill, the annual budget bill that is being passed in the United States right now, debated, that will give tax bracket to the wealthy people and will take the benefits from the have-nots. Since 2015, top 10% of the US wealthy people increased their wealth by $34 trillion in the last 10 years. So the income inequality is increasing in the United States. If you look at the same figure in Indonesia or Malaysia or 57 or Bangladesh, you will say that is also being widening. Islam is wants to promote an equitable society. You want to give right to everyone. It wants to give the freedom of speech to everyone. That's why our Prophet did a revolution in this pagan Arab society to bring these rights to different people, and Islam came as a liberating force. And we really need to go back to the values and teachings of Islam. We not only preach, we need to practice it as well.
Okay, inshallah. Thank you very much, Prof. So let's see here. There is another question from Dr. Dimas from UMY. In your conclusion, you emphasize that idea of integrating value-driven in finance, innovation, and policy for sustainable growth. My question is how Islamic finance can take a bigger role in shaping sustainable growth in current more uncertain world. So this is the question from Dr. Dimas, Prof.
So, Islamic finance, by very definition, is SDG compliant. But unfortunately, the world Islamic finance industry is dominated by Islamic banking. And the Islamic banking is about 80%, and the Islamic banking model is very similar to conventional banking model, fractional reserve banking. And it really cannot fulfill the maqasid of Sharia. So in order to bring or integrate the values, you really need to go to non-banking financial model, or we call this Islamic social finance, different types of instruments, or that we have zakat, sadaqah. And Qardul Hassan could be a very important Islamic financial instrument. Unfortunately, that is not being practiced, except in Pakistan, Aqua. We need more of this innovative Islamic financial product, not banking. Let bank be a bank, just Morabha banking. It cannot do more than that because we need working capital requirement for businesses. But in order to change the society, we really need to integrate this commercial finance with Islamic social finance with more emphasis on the Islamic social finance. That integration process is your job. But by the way, I'm very encouraged by what is happening in Indonesia. You have Baznas, now there's a zakat, and there is a wakaf. Now they have combined this together. So they are trying to bring the social finance impact, and you have BMT. So those models are having impact in the grassroots level as well. And there has been a lot of empirical studies have been done, and it is showing that positive impact. Of course, there is a governance issue challenge in every country, but I believe this is in the right direction for the case of Indonesia. And many people, the other Muslim countries can follow what is happening in Indonesia and Malaysia. I think they are ahead of the game for the from the rest of the OIC Muslim countries.
Okay, thank you, Prof. But we see in Indonesia, it's very deeply regret that between Basnas and the banking, there is no integration at all. So, so it's
No, it is
problem
not.
to what concerning
No.
about the Islamic.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you see, Zaini, I think, and the audience
So,
also, we should not really, stress
yeah.
or force banks to do everything. Bank cannot do everything. Let it do short-term financing, okay? Murabaha type of financing, but Mudaraba and
Okay,
Musharaka, the
right.
partnership type of financing cannot be done by a banking model.
Right. So maybe we are going to the last question, Prof. This is from Yudi from the President University Bekasi. I want to ask, we know that during the time of the Prophet Muhammad SAW, the Prophet and his companion used the Baitul Mal as a treasury to finance wars. Nowadays, as we know, most of the government in every country use taxes as state revenue. In your opinion, how can zakat and infaq be used as a Baitul Mal to finance the operation of the state and also help alleviate poverty?
The
So,
question is, this again, zakat is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. You must pay it, right? Because if you're above, so it is a religious duty. Now, many countries, I think we should really, yes, on the top of the zakat, there are other instruments during the time of the Prophet as sadaqah. A lot of rich sahabis used to contribute sadaqah above and beyond the zakat, and different types of instrument during that time that exist. But many of these things like Ghanima, okay, there is a war, perpetual war during the life of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So whatever they got, they used to distribute. But in a modern society, they have the tax system, and we have to pay zakat. Somewhere we need to really integrate zakat and tax together. I think to a degree that is being integrated in Malaysia, please correct me, in the corporate sector. So let's say, but we need to really make it at the individual sector as well. So for example, if my tax liability is, let's say 100, and I have to pay zakat, let's say 50, so I pay only 50 to tax authority and 50 to zakat. If you do this, you will find the tax collection and zakat collection will be higher. And if you have more revenue coming in, that can be used judiciously if the government is not corrupt, because corruption is a big issue in Muslim countries, that can be used for the people, for the betterment of the entire citizen of this country. But unfortunately, we have not been able to integrate these two systems together. I think more work, and PhD students, masters, you really need to work on this thing, how we can integrate country-wise, develop model, and someday some politician will pick up your idea and they will try to implement this. And this is a jihad, continuous jihad that you have to do, intellectual jihad, not jihad in the field. We need this. We lack leadership. Unfortunately, the Muslim world is lacking leaders. We need to build this ethical leadership. It's very important based on the values of Islam, not ritualistic. Of course, you have to pray 5 times. We become ritualistic Muslim, but we forget everything else. My understanding is Allah has made the 90% of the world halal to you, only 10% haram. But the way we interpret, we make 90% haram and 10% halal. We really find the balance. And part of the problem is that at least you guys are good in Indonesia and Malaysia because you learn Quran and religious teaching. But many of the Muslim countries, they don't have a clear understanding what Islam is. Yeah, they can read Quran, but reading Quran and 5 times prayer is not Islam. Islam is more than that, understanding and following this in your everyday life. And we really need to go that direction. And I am actually very hopeful among the young generation. They are more coming towards mosque, they pray more. Hopefully we'll have a virtuous society and pretty soon, inshallah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassar, for the interesting topic today and interesting discussion. But unfortunately, I'm sorry because we are going to the second speaker today. So until we are not we are going to the second presenter. But before we are going to the next presenter, let me close from this discussion that we see that Islam economic giving the solution for the sustainable economic by doing for process implementation framework, assessment, development, initiation that can get the organization right. Very much for like today. So
I think you're cutting off. We do not hear you, Zaini. Your voice is not clear.
okay, I'm sorry for the bad signal, Prof. So thank you very much for the review of the presentation today, for this enlightenment. So hopefully we can meet again in other session. Hopefully you can come to Indonesia next time, inshallah. Okay, we can meet in UMW, inshallah, Prof. And thank you very much. And all participants, now we are going to the next presenters. That will be, the discussion will be doing with Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi. So let me read the CV from the Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi. So Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi was born in Jakarta, was born in Indonesia in 1964, and he started his career from 1998. So wait a minute. And he is currently the head of the Master Economic program at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. His expertise lies in the field of economic theories and Islamic economics. As a prominent economist focus on understanding and Indonesian economic landscape, while integrating traditional economic theories with the Islamic principles. He has been instrumental in shaping education at UMY and contribute to both academic and discussion. So we will differ about the energy transition.
You can.
Bapak Imam langsung aja, Pak.
Can I start my presentation?
Yes, Pak Imam.
Oke, baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you very much for these opportunities. Today I would like to present and I will share my PPT. Okay, can you see my PPT?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Pak.
Brother and sisters, I would like to share. I would like to present my PPT, and the topic is renewable energy development in Indonesia, problem and policy. And it is the outline, introduction, problems and challenges, renewable energy potential, renewable energy policy, renewable energy in Islamic economic perspective, and the last is conclusions. Indonesia natural landscape of land and sea is a very abundant energy resources. Indonesia has enormous opportunities because of its gift of natural resources, which can be used as renewable energy resources. Indonesia relies mostly on fossil fuels, particularly coal and petroleum for energy needs. However, excessive use of fossil energy will impact environmental pollution, especially air pollution caused by exhaust gases produced by transportations, power plants, and factors that use fossil energy. And you can see at this slide, annual CO emissions, carbon monoxide, from 1919 until 2020, then increase and increase, and in the next years, particularly is also in increase. Over time, awareness of having clean environmental and limitation of fossil energy has made Indonesia transitions to renewable energy. One of the best alternatives the Indonesian government should
prioritize utilizing innovative and renewable energy sources that we may stop relying solely on non-renewable fossil fuels. And it is the data, development of power demand and installed generation capacity, which is over 255 million people. Indonesia has the fourth largest population in the world. And as one of the largest, Indonesia growing and the demands. And also, according to the Article 33, paragraph of the 1945 Constitution, which declared that earth and water and the natural resources contained therein are controlled by the state and used for greatest prosperity people. The state is in charge of Indonesia's abundant energy resources. And also in the 1945 Constitution, Article 33, paragraph 3, has three crucial components: subsistence, natural resources. The status governed by the state and objective to increase the populace well-being. Of course, according to the Constitution, the state is responsible for enforcing the presence of rules and exploiting the natural resources, both of which are essential to the country and the state's survival. And it is in the data growth of total final energy consumed by transportation and industry until 1990 and particularly until 2050, both to non-energy, other transportation in that industry, that totally is increased the final energy consumption by the sector. The 1940 Constitution, which mandated the state of implement policies, management actions, regulations, management, and supervision to maximize the prosperity of the people, construct by the people collectively. So to fulfill one of the goals of Indonesian country, which is the improving general welfare, all energy resources must be under state control and utilized and exploited maximally for the greatest prosperity of the Indonesian people. From this data, we can understand that fossil fuels like coal and will the other dominant role of the Indonesian energy renewable resources will become increasingly significant in the future. Primary energy supply. It is consists of geothermal, hydro, nuclear, natural gas, oil, and coal. It is the other side, the primary energy supply in Indonesia. Energy use continues to increase along with economic growth and population growth. The increasingly large development of the technology has also triggered an increase in energy needs. This instance illustrates how people's everyday needs for electricity are rising rapidly, averaging 6.8% per year, utilizing technology and natural resources to produce electrical energy as a key factor in the nation's ability to meet its development objective. Electricity is increasingly becoming a primary need for the world community. The future will see a shift from energy demands to people's living needs due to technical advancement like the creations of electric cars, introduction stoves, and other equipment to meet needs that need electricity as a fuel source. And it is the map, yeah, about the renewable energy in Indonesia, yeah, with the gross electricity creations from renewable resources, yeah, by 2023, yeah, and dry steam type geothermal power plants, yeah, and also single flash type geothermal power, yeah, that we can see that in the island of Sumatra, yeah, Java, Kalimantan, yeah, Sulawesi, there are plenty of renewable energy potential, yeah, and it is can realize and optimize how can fulfill the needs of the energy demands in Indonesia. Several tools exist when speaking about ecosystem for renewable energy and management methods. One of them of the government political will, which prove that it is serious about implementing this new renewable energy policy. Several countries that have implemented renewable energy policies use a combination of direct support, such as funding and tax incentives, as well as indirect support schemes, such as providing achievement target from the government in the form of competitive renewable industrial construction. And it is here, the energy transition is essential for sustainable development and climate commitment. Why energy transition? It is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah. It is related about the increasing the world temperature. Yeah. And secondly, to enhance energy security and independence. Yeah. Not dominated by the fossil energy, yeah, but how to replace the other alternative energy resources, geothermal, yeah, wave, air, yeah, solar energy, and Indonesia have plenty of renewable energy resources. Yeah. And to promote economic opportunities in renewable sectors. And the last is to achieve net zero emissions by 2060. Yeah. Okay. Although issues related to renewable energy have long been a concern regarding the exhausting of non-renewable fossil resources, especially European countries that are not rich in the natural resources that rely on fossil energy from oil and gas producing countries, especially in the Middle East, America and Asia, which has abundant oil and gas reserves. However, since the 1960s, European Union countries have provided various support to manage and develop renewable energy technology. Each member country of the European Union has its characteristic in creating policies, mechanisms, and providing incentive funds for research in the field of renewable energy. And how about the government strategies here? In the G20 Indonesia presidency pillar, recover together, recover stronger, yeah. The conference of the parties on climate change, including COP28, yeah, resulted in agreement to limit global temperature rise to below 2 degrees Celsius, yeah, with effort to achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius, yeah, in increase above the industrial levels. It is the effort to achieve number 1 or number 2 in the implementations of the renewable energy alternative. The transitions to sustainable energy become a central focus to strengthen the global energy, achieve a fair energy transition. The key objective is energy accessibility resilience and how to advancement of smart and clean energy technologies and also energy financing enhancement. In the G20 Indonesia presidency 2021 focus on 3 priority issues. The first is inclusive global health. Number 2, digital-based economic transformations. And the last is sustainable energy transition. Currently, most of the electricity needs of the Union countries have been met through photovoltaic-based solar energy generation and succeeded in reducing the energy mix from renewable energy in 2020 to 34.5% oil and petroleum products, 23.7% natural gas, 17.4% renewable energy, 20.7% nuclear energy, and the last is 10.5% solid fossil fuels. Until now, the question remains as though why a country with abundant renewable energy potential like Indonesia has not been able to manage its renewable energy sources so that it can provide energy independence and security for its people. And the government strategies, the central government has established the energy general plan, which serve as a guideline for energy development in Indonesia. And it is the Indonesia energy mix in 2025 that consists of natural gas, oil, coal, and renewable energy. You can see from this this data that renewable energy is more or less 2.3%. And now, currently, still dominated by the coal, fossil energy. And electricity generation from renewable energy in 2025, you can see that 40% produced by the hydropower. And currently, the solar power still 6.5. And you can see other renewable energy, it is 3.0. It is the electricity generation from renewable in 2025. That it is the government strategies to realize the renewable energy development in Indonesia. So the key challenges here is high dependence on coal for electricity. This limited infrastructure for renewable and regulatory and financial barriers and public awareness and local acceptance. It is also key challenges how we can solve and how we can overcome these key challenges. Brothers and sisters, that the regulation of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, number 12 of 2017 on utilization of renewable energy resources for the provision of electricity, that the renewable energy resources are source of energy generated from sustainable energy and resources if well managed, among others, geothermal, the wind, bioenergy, sunlight, flow, and waterfall, as well as the movement and differences in sea lining temperature. Those renewable energy sources include sunlight, wind, hydropower, biomass, biogas, municipal waste, and geothermal. And the Indonesian government also provide energy subsidies to meet the needs of the community. Energy subsidies is form of government actions aimed at lowering energy production costs, increasing energy producers' revenues, or reducing costs paid by energy consumers. Policymakers often justify subsidizing energy on the grounds that it can help economic growth, reduce poverty, and ensure the security of energy supply. And the future outlook that renewable energy expected to dominate by 2050. And electrifications of transportation and industries, smart grids and energy efficiency technology, green job and new economic growth areas. Yeah, it is our dream, not also in Indonesia, but all of countries in the world. How we can utilize the fossil energy, replace to renewable energy, especially in Indonesia that we have so many kinds of the alternative energy. Just the problem is how the people can accept, how to increase the acceptance, and how to transition technology can get low cost. It is the key factors to increase the people acceptance to the renewable energy. If the utilizing of the renewable energy still high cost, so it is the handicap of the people to accept the alternative energy in Indonesia. Okay, brother and sisters, it is the policy, that to develop, it is one alternative energy in Indonesia is also the biomass, beside the geothermal energy, wind energy, water power energy, solar energy, and bioenergy. You can see, bioenergy consists all island in Indonesia. Solar energy is also at all island in Indonesia. Water power energy occur in the Java, Bali, and Sumatra. Wind energy, especially in the location of Sulawesi, Lombok, Java, NTT, and Sumatra. Geothermal energy, plenty of at the Sumatra, Java, and Bali. And to develop biomass, efforts are being made to support business, promote the use of industrial waste from forestry and agriculture as a source of energy in integrated manner with industry. Integrate the development of biomass with local economics activities and encourage the production of technology for biomass energy conversion. Additionally, research and development on using waste, including municipal waste, for energy in increasing. renewable energy policy in Indonesia is regulated by Law Number 30 of 2007, yeah, concerning energy, specifically regarding renewable energy. It is the policy, yeah. Okay. And the last, yeah, how about the Islamic, yeah, the renewable energy development, yeah, in the Islamic economics perspective. Yeah. The Quran is a complete code covering all aspects of life, whether spiritual, intellectual, political, social, economic, and scientific. This is a code that has no limit. There's no time limit, place or space. Yeah. These messages are scattered throughout the Quran in various ways, such as the direct determination, the reminder of God's favor in His creation, the stories of past societies followed by lessons to be learned from it, and challenges to science that have been proven as fact through modern scientific methods. It's also a review of conceptual concept of energy or renewable energy resources that are conceptually and simply illustrated in several verses of the Quran. That Allah created the source of energy from man by subordinating nature and its content. Scientifically shown water and vegetation through a process proceeded by an energy sources derived from rainwater. This water can fertilize the soil and cultivate crops such as dates and grapes, partially through the wind so that certain plants undergo pollination. And the land and marine transport, yeah, in the scientific clues from the Quran, yeah, can be woven in the breeze, the wine as bearer of glad tidings and move the ship and the sea and the drive of sailing ship, meaning that wine and sea have energy that can be utilized as a renewable energy sources. While renewable energy sources in Indonesia are source of energy generated from sustainable energy resources, if managed properly, such as geothermal, wind, bioenergy, sunlight, flow, waterfall, as well as movement and sea surface temperature. Meanwhile, that Indonesia is a country that has the largest sea area, which is about 2/3 of Indonesia is the sea. Sea energy generated from the movement and the difference in the temperature of ocean's layer is a source of energy in marine waters in the form of tidal energy, wave energy, ocean current energy, and energy differences in sea lining temperature. Okay, brother and sister, I think it is, yeah, my presentations, and thank you very much. And I will back to the host in this session. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Imam, for delivering the interesting topic according to the energy transition in Indonesia. As we know that Indonesia is one of the countries with the largest energy sources in the world, of course, both for the oil, nickel, coal, or other mining materials. So all of this need the professional management and long time its management also. So according that you have delivered that the energy transition is essential for sustainable development and climate commitment. And you say that Indonesia still cannot manage the renewable energy has caused us some problem, of course. So maybe we can discuss from this perspective how the Indonesia um, how we can give the solution to the Indonesia to manage management of the energy transition in this. So for the question or any advice is giving the solution according to the transition of the energy transition. So please, is there any question to Professor Imamuddin? Can wait for a moment. Okay, maybe I will ask first to the professor according to the topic. According to your opinion, Prof, what is your current energy development that has a huge impact, of course, on environmental damage? Of course, in Indonesia, there are many impact environmental damage from the coal or oil or any other sources of energy. So is there any solution, either from policy or regulation, that can give the solution of this impact of the environmental damage?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. The energy sector is the second largest greenhouse gases emission contributor. Based on the data, counting for 35% of total emission, as stated in the Lineal Update Report. The power sector accounts for 43% of the total energy sector carbon dioxide emissions. So Indonesia electricity generation mainly relies on fossil fuels, counting from 81% of the total, with coal alone constituting 62% in 2022. And as we know that the government of Indonesia aims to use the power sector, particularly through the national electricity plan. It is the policy of the government in Indonesia to drive its emissions reductions in the national electricity plan targets. And Indonesia current new and renewable energy targets in 23% by 2025, with 10.6 general watt of additional renewable power generation will be added by 2025 according to the National Electricity Supply Business Plan. And however, by the 2022, the installed capacity of renewable was only at the 20.3%. And this situation is in line with the limited investment made. Indonesia targeted that investment in renewable will reach around more or less 4 billion. Yet the realized investment only accounts from 1.6 billion. So it is this number is much smaller compared to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources projection. Okay, I think it's enough, Mr. Zaini.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So, but of course, many companies that who are doing this are manage the energy in Asia. Many of them not comply the rules that the rules from the Indonesian rules due to some factor. Of course, the lack of awareness under policies or failures to prioritize compliance and other factors, of course. So, but we need to more the giving more rules or some regulation to them for a company who are doing the manage the energy transition in Indonesia. So here they are. There is some question from Bunga Jasmine from President University. I want to ask, how can renewable energy serve as an equitable solution for developing countries in addressing the climate crisis, energy inequality? Thank you.
Okay, ya. The challenges is how to make balances, ya, between the transition of energy and how to maintain the target of the economic growth, ya, because increasing economic growth, how to maintain the economic growth, it is the requirements, ya, to increasing the people prosperity. But you can see that to increase, yeah, to maintain the economic growth, yeah, using the increasing the consume of the energy. So the energy use continues to increase along the economic growth and population growth. Yeah. The increasing large development of technology has also triggered an increase in energy needs. This instance illustrates how people's everyday needs for electricity are rising, and electricity consumption over the last 5 years. Yeah. So the key factors in the nation's ability how to meet, yeah, development objective. Electricity is increasingly becoming a primary need for the world community. And the future will see a shift from energy demands to people living needs due to technical advancements like the creation of electricity cars, induction stoves, and other equipment to meet need electricity as a fuel sources. It is one alternative, yeah, one alternative solution. How to implement the creations, yeah, some equipment, yeah, like the electricity cars, induction stove, yeah, that need the fuel source, yeah. Several tools exist when speaking about the ecosystem for renewable energy and management methods. One of them is government political will. Yeah, it is how the law enforcement, how to implement. Yeah, how government can have the good political will. Yeah, political will to implement the renewable energy development. Yeah, because really that Indonesia have plenty of alternative energy. Yeah, you can see, yeah, water energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, biomass energy. Yeah, that there are no reasoning that we can use the alternative energy to to make balances between supply and demand. I think it's enough, Mr. Jain.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. If we conclude that the good governance is needed to manage the energy in Indonesia, right? So if we can manage this energy correctly, so we can alleviate the poverty in Indonesia, of course. So thank you very much for the answer this question, Prof. So is there any question from any participant? Other participants, you can ask immediately. Okay, this is from Nires Punaselan. Good morning, sir. I'm Nires from University Malaysia Terengganu. I would like to ask, even our country Malaysia is also uses non-renewable energy more. So instead of transitioning it's possible if we sustain it.
Okay ya. The okay ya. Especially in Indonesia ya, that there has been progress ya. The achievement of renewable energy shares in the power sector is enforced through the National Electricity Plan and supported by the enactment of presidential regulations. Yeah. However, the government has not provided a clear and credible policy direction for its implementing institution. Yeah. There has been progress in the policy development to catalyze investment on renewables, but investment attractiveness remains low as electricity pricing. Regulations still favor fossil fuels. The lack of investment are also forest stalling the achievement of target. All in all, renewable energy development in the power sector has a strong legal basis, but the implementation still face several roadblocks, indicating that the plan is unclear and the implementing institutions are unprepared. Hence, we read the implementations as a medium. Okay. The policy instrument outlines in the necessary investment in electricity infrastructure in Indonesia from 2019 until 2038 with the majority directed towards power generation. The financial implication of developing electricity infrastructure will be handled through the multiple channels. Is one of the implements should the capability to access necessary, and it is according the existing monitoring reports, the development has fallen short, and although issues related to the renewable energy have long been a concern regarding the exhaustion of non-renewable fossil resources. You can see especially in the European countries that are not rich in the natural resources, that rely on fossil energy from oil and gas producing countries, especially in the Middle East, America and Asia, which has abundant oil and gas reserves. Until now, the questions remains is to why a country with abundant renewable energy potential, like in Indonesia, you can see, Indonesia have many alternative renewable energy, has not been able to manage its renewable energy resources so that it can provide energy independence and security for its people. It is the key factors, how to realize the energy transitions, how it can provide energy independence and security for its people. After compiling data from the several solar publications, that Indonesia has enormous potential for renewable energy. Beginning with the cumulative potential of renewable energy in Indonesia, and considering the country's favorable geographic and geological conditions for the growth of solar, wind, water, bioenergy, geothermal, and so on. Okay, this Mr. Zaini.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Iman. So insightful presentation. So all of the participants, we are now in 10 and 17. So before we are going to the next session, our parallel session, we still have around 10 or 12 minutes to break and take a coffee break. So before we finish our discussion today about the energy transition in Indonesia, we can conclude that the energy transition is essential for sustainable development and climate commitment. So from this discussion, we can conclude that the good governance is needed to manage the energy in every country, it's not only in Indonesia. From this energy, we from this energy also can alleviate the poverty in every country in the world. Of course, thank you very much from the good presentation and interesting topic today from Professor Imamuddin. So all the participants, after this, we are going to the parallel session. We still have 10 minutes to take a break and coffee break maybe before we are going to the parallel session. So let me close our session today by reciting Hamdalah and thank and giving back to the master of the ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabir, Professor Iman, and our moderator, Dr. Zani, for the insightful and inspiring discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin our parallel session 1. All presenter and participants are kindly requested to join their respective breakout rooms. You can click the breakout room icon at the bottom right. So, this session is only for those who are participating for this competition. So, for those who are not participating for this competition, you may leave the Zoom. And please join again at 1 p.m. And please revert to committee for assistance if needed.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Rasa sekarang
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Muda mendunia.
Hello, I'm Nita Viviani Nurhanifa. I'm postgraduate student in Master of Economics program 2023. In our Master of Economics program, you choose between two exciting concentration. The first concentration is Islamic economics, focusing on Islamic philanthropy, Islamic banking and finance, and the halal industry. The second concentration is Sustainable Development Economics, focusing on regional development planning, spatial economics with GIS, and green economy. Our lecturers are experts in their field, graduated from across countries, from Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Middle East countries, Spain, UK, and Indonesia reputable universities, providing a rich and diverse learning environment.
We invite you to join us at the Master of Economics program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Together, we can shape the future of economic thought and practice and make a lasting impact on our communities, Indonesian society, and the world. Master of Economics program UMY, nurturing future economic leaders with Islamic values.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering the Isoma break. Time for rest, prayer, and lunch. Please return by 1 p.m. for the continuation of our Iconeds session. See you in the next session.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we assertly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Muda mendunia.
Hello, I'm Nita Viviani Nurhanifa. I'm postgraduate student in Master of Economics Program 2023. In our Master of Economics Program, you choose between two exciting concentration. The first concentration is Islamic Economics, focusing on Islamic philanthropy, Islamic banking and finance, and the halal industry. The second concentration is Sustainable Development Economics, focusing on regional development planning, spatial economics with GIS, and green economy. Our lecturers are experts in their field, graduated from across countries, from Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Middle East countries, Spain, UK, and Indonesia reputable universities, providing a rich and diverse learning environment.
We invite you to join us at the Master of Economics program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Together, we can shape the future of economic thought and practice and make a lasting impact on our communities, innocent society, and the world. Master of Economics program UMY, nurturing future economic leaders with Islamic values.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity.
Server lemot?
The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Mulai dengan solusi Google Cloud lalu akses langsung ke kredit gratis untuk seluruh penggunaan produk. Sebagai pengguna baru, Anda akan dapat kredit $300 untuk 90 hari pertama, bebas risiko. Tanpa biaya saat tamat uji coba kecuali peningkatan tahap akun manual. Tingkatan gratis memberi semua pengguna peluang menceburi layanan Google Cloud, dengan batas bulanan, termasuk komputasi cloud dan gudang data. Coba Google Cloud secara gratis sekarang.
Creators, looking for an edge over the competition? Get 50% off and stand out with just a click. No mics, no retakes, just seamless, high-quality audio. So save 50% with 11 Labs and level up your
Welcome back, everyone. Let's begin our afternoon session with our third keynote speakers, Dr. Xiaoli Shen from Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, People Republic of China. To guide us through the session, we are pleased to introduce our moderator, Anggi Aprizal, SAMA. But before that, I would like to read his curriculum vitae. Anggi Aprizal, SAMA, is an assistant lecturer at the Economics Department, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and a staff member of the International Program for Islamic Economic and Finance, IPF. He earned both his bachelor and master degrees in economics from UMY with excellent academic performance and has been actively involved in internationalization and research activities. Anggi has teaching experience in subjects such as monetary economics, Islamic banking and finance, econometrics, and research methodology. He has contributed to several internationally published research papers covering topics like zakat, digital economy, Islamic banking, and the blue economy. He has also served as a speaker and presenter at various national and international conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Anggi Aprizal.
Okay, thank you, Sister Belia, for having me these screens. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, this is the next session for the continuous for the first sessions. So the second session, we have three speaker, but on this session, I just lead one speaker. Actually, this speaker from China, we called is Dr. Xian Lishin, or we familiar call her is that Ibu Melati. Ibu Melati, are you here, Ibu Melati?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oke, gimana kabarnya Ibu?
Baik, terima kasih Pak Anggi.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Ibu Melati is the very influence on speaking in bahasa. I think more than me in speaking bahasa. So Ibu Melati so very influenced to talk in bahasa. So before we give this time for Ibu Melati, give it time for read her CV. Dr. Melati has the rich academic and professional background, the rich culture between China and Indonesia. She is earned her bachelor degree in Indonesian language and literature from Guangdong University, a foreign studies in China. And then she is then pursued her master degree in anthropology at University Gadjah Mada in Indonesia, exactly in Yogyakarta, and Indonesia. And currently, he is undertaking PhD in Asian language and culture at the Guangdong University of Foreign Studies. So she is a lot of experience, ladies and gentlemen, about the professional lecture. Now he is the served associate professor and head of the Indonesian language departments at Guangdong University of the Foreign Studies. So beyond teaching, she is the involved the academic research collaborations like Indonesia now collaboration ya Dr. Melati, and promote the intercultural education in Indonesia and especially in China. So Ibu Melati, I think you have time around 30 minutes, 30 menit Ibu. Okay. Yeah. Actually, brother and sister, ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Melati can talk about the anthropology, the perspective anthropology to talk about economics, not economics, but to talk economics on perspective anthropology. So Ibu Melati can use bahasa. It's okay. Waktu Ibu 30 menit dari sekarang. Silakan Ibu Melati.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Anggi. Terima kasih. Saya mau share sedikit dulu. Can you watch the slide?
Yes, Bu.
Oh ya, makasih. Oke. Baik. Terima kasih Pak Anggi. Terima kasih Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia untuk acara ini ya, karena bahasa Indonesia saya lebih lancar daripada bahasa Inggris. Mohon dimaklumi. Hari ini saya ingin berbagi pengalaman saya sebagai seorang antropolog dari perspektif budaya untuk melihat perkembangan ekonomi di Tiongkok. Dulu ketika 1 bulan yang lalu, ketika saya baru datang ke Jogja, ketika saya berbagi pengalaman kami di Tiongkok di bidang ekonomi, setelah saya berbagi pengalaman kami itu ada pertanyaan dari mahasiswa di Jogja. Katanya, mengapa ekonomi Tiongkok bisa berkembang dan bagaimana bisa mencapai prestasi seperti sekarang ini. Nah, oleh karena itu saya pakai judul mengatasi atau menghindari mengapa ekonomi Tiongkok bisa berkembang. Terlebih dahulu saya mau kasih lihat itu ini peta Asia. Tiongkok ada di bagian timur. Kalau saya memperkenalkan dari Tiongkok ke Indonesia, hampir dari jam terbang dengan pesawat. Kalau kami pakai pesawat dari Jakarta ke kota Guangzhou, yaitu kota yang paling selatan, boleh katakan kota yang paling selatan di Tiongkok, makan waktu 4,5 jam. Kemudian kalau dari Jakarta ke ibu kota Tiongkok, Beijing, itu perlu waktu selama 7 jam. Kemudian ini data umum Tiongkok, kami mempunyai 34 wilayah yang terdiri dari 23 provinsi, 5 daerah otonom, dan 4 kota yang berada langsung di bawah pemerintah pusat, dan serta 2 daerah administratif khusus. Dan ibu kota negara ini adalah Beijing. Nah, inilah adalah 23 provinsi. Kalau lihat dari bentuknya Tiongkok, peta Tiongkok ini seperti seekor ayam. Kedua pulau ini merupakan 2 kakak ayam itu. Kemudian kami punya 5 daerah otonom di sini. Yang satu, yang bagian selatan yang warna ungu ini adalah daerah otonom suku bangsa Zhuang, Guangxi. Yang biru ini adalah daerah otonom Tibet. Yang merah ini adalah daerah otonom suku Uighur, Xinjiang. Yang kecil yang warna hijau itu adalah daerah otonom Uighur, Ningxia. Yang terakhir, yang warna kuning ini ialah daerah otonom Mongolia. Kemudian kami ada 4 kota yang berada langsung di bawah perintah, yaitu kota Beijing, kota Tianjin, kota Shanghai, dan kota Chongqing. Dan ada 2 daerah administratif khusus, yaitu Hong Kong dan Macau. Kemudian kami punya 56 suku, tidak sebanyak yang ada di Indonesia. Kalau di Indonesia kan memiliki ratusan suku. Kalau di Tiongkok hanya 56. Di antaranya suku Han dan 55 suku minoritas. Menurut sensus tahun 2021, total penduduk di Tiongkok mencapai 1,4 miliar. Tapi sekarang sudah kalah oleh India. India merupakan jumlah penduduk yang paling banyak di dunia. Inilah 56 suku warga atau penduduk lokal memakai busana masing-masing. Dan inilah peta geografi Tiongkok. Kita bisa melihat bagian timur ini adalah daratan rendah. Kemudian bagian barat itu ada daratan tinggi. Kemudian ada curah hujan 800 mm dari sini. Maka di bagian timur ini atau bagian selatan kebanyakan yang menanam padi, gadang ubi, dan lain-lain. Kalau di bagian utara, mereka banyak yang menanam gandum, sorghum, mirip, kentang, dan lain-lain. Maka lingkungan yang berbeda yang memberi budaya yang berbeda bagi warga lokal lagi, yaitu pada 4 musim, yaitu musim semi, musim panas, musim gugur, dan boleh saya lanjutkan? Oke, mohon maaf, tadi sudah putus, mungkin karena internet. Nah, saya lanjutkan ya. Di Tiongkok ada 4 musim, musim semi, musim panas, musim gugur, dan musim dingin. Di Indonesia ada 2 musim, musim kemarau dan musim hujan. Oleh karena itu, musim yang berbeda juga mempengaruhi budaya yang berbeda. Dan di Tiongkok kalau pada musim semi kita menanam padi, menanam. Musim panas kita membajak, musim gugur kita memanen, dan kami menyimpan makanan pada musim dingin. Dan karena pada musim dingin salju yang tebal, penduduk sana tidak boleh keluar untuk mencari makanan. Maka sebelum musim dingin sudah harus mengumpulkan makanan yang cukup supaya musim dingin tidak kekurangan makanan. Nah, inilah adalah petanya musim di Tiongkok. Kalau bagian selatan ini masih panas, tapi di bagian utara sudah menjadi sangat dingin. Dengan demikian, lingkungan yang sulit itu yang membuat orang Tiongkok bekerja keras untuk mencari makanan yang cukup. Inilah sungai-sungai besar yang ada di Tiongkok. Yang paling penting itu ada di bagian timur ada Sungai Kuning, kemudian ada Sungai Yangtze. Dari kedua sungai ini muncullah peradaban yang sangat penting sejarah Tiongkok. Kemudian dari budaya, saya ingin berbagi pengalaman atau mitos dari Tiongkok supaya kenal sifat orang Tiongkok. Yang pertama ialah mitos persatu adalah Panku menciptakan dunia. Konon kata aku membukakan bumi. Kemudian mitos kedua yaitu Kuafu mengejar matahari. Karena pada masa lalu matahari merupakan mohon maaf ya, terputus lagi. Kemudian mitos kedua yaitu Kuafu mengejar matahari. Karena matahari sangat penting bagi penanaman. Maka Kuafu tidak ingin matahari pergi. Maka beliau mengejar matahari. Kemudian mitos ketiga yaitu Houyi menembak jatuh 9 matahari. Konon pada masa lalu di langit ada 10 matahari. Dengan 10 matahari sebanyak ini, bumi ini terbakar sehingga tanaman itu tidak bisa menghasilkan makanan. Maka Houyi menembak jatuh 9 matahari. Tidak sampai semuanya, sisa 1 matahari untuk memberi sinar matahari kepada dunia ini. Dan ada lagi, Jingwei mengisi laut dengan bebaduan dan relumputan. Katanya, konon di tepi pantai ada seorang putri, ketika dia main di tepi pantai, dia tenggelam. Dia meninggal karena tenggelam. Kemudian setelah meninggal, dia menjelma menjadi seekor burung. supaya tidak ada orang yang tenggelam lagi, dia mengisi laut dengan bebatuan rerumputan. Coba kita bayangkan, dengan seekor burung yang sekecil ini, walaupun setiap hari mengisi laut dengan bebatuan dan rerumputan, kapan baru bisa sampai laut ini penuh? Itu sangat susah. Kemudian mitos kelima, yaitu pengendalian banjir Dayu. Tadi sudah saya kasih lihat peta sungai yang bersyarat yang ada di Tiongkok. Dari mitos ini, yaitu Dayu untuk mengendalikan banjir supaya warga atau penduduk setempat tidak kebanjiran, dia sudah makan banyak waktu untuk pengendalian. Kemudian mitos keenam, yaitu Yukong menggali gunung. Katanya di depan desa ini ada suatu gunung yang sangat tinggi. Jadi untuk keluar dari desa itu harus naik ke puncak gunung, kemudian turun lagi. Itu sangat menghambatan kepada kehidupan penduduk desa sana. Maka Yukong untuk mau menggali gunung ini. Ada orang yang bertanya, Pak Yukong, seorang saja kapan bisa sampai gunung ini digali habis? Katanya, kalau saya tidak habiskan, nanti anak saya bisa. Nanti cucu saya bisa. Kalau satu generasi belum bisa berhasil, ada generasi berikutnya. Dengan semangat yang begitu kuat itu, maka dari kayangan ada dewanya yang membantu supaya mereka punya jalan keluar dari desa. Nah, dari mitos-mitos tersebut itu kami bisa tahu orang Tiongkok memang mau melawan dengan alam, tidak hanya begitu saja untuk menerima keadaan yang sulit itu. Kemudian saya ingin memperkenalkan 100 tahun sebelum berdiri Tiongkok. Karena Tiongkok sudah mengalami masa feodal lebih dari 2000 tahun. Kemudian sampai tahun 1840, sejak itu sampai tahun 1949 berdirinya Republik Rakyat Tiongkok. Tiongkok sudah mengalami 100 tahun lebih yang sangat sulit. Dan 100 tahun lebih yang begitu sulit itu membuat orang Tiongkok bangkit. Pengalaman dalam 100 tahun itu ada yang pertama, yaitu Perang Tandu pertama yang terjadi pada tahun 1940 sampai tahun 1942. Itu menandai awal sejarah modern Tiongkok. Karena terjadi defisit perdagangan yang tidak seimbang. Karena dari Tiongkok banyak yang ekspor ke luar negeri itu ada teh, ada sutra, ada porselen, dan lain-lain. Tapi yang impor dari luar negeri itu tidak banyak, khususnya dari Inggris. Kemudian Inggris menyelundupkan tandu kepada Tiongkok supaya warga Tiongkok menjadi lemah. Kemudian karena kalah dalam perang tandu ini, maka ada perjanjian Nanjing. Inilah yang membuka jalan China menjadi negara semi-kolonial dan semi-feodal. Dan dalam perjanjian Nanjing ini, kompensasi pemerintah dinasti Qing itu kepada Inggris mencapai 21 juta yuan. Kemudian ada perang Tandu kedua yang terjadi pada tahun 1856 sampai 1860. Semakin mempermalukan China dengan pembakaran istana musim panas sebagai simbol Dharma nasional. Kemudian terjadi pemberontakan Taiping yang merupakan revolusi pertanian terbesar pada masa itu. Kedua foto ini yaitu istana musim panas sebelum kebakaran oleh tentara Inggris dan tentara Prancis. Yang foto di bawahnya yaitu fotonya Istana Musim Panas yang sekarang ini. Kemudian ada gerakan westernisasi yang menunjukkan upaya awal penguasa mempelajari teknologi Barat. Namun kekalahan setelah dalam perang Jepang membuktikan keterbatasannya. Ada lagi reformasi 100 hari, ada lagi pemberontakan Boxer yang terjadi pada tahun 1900 dan aliansi 8 negara merebut ketegangan nasional. Setelah itu pada tahun 1911 ada mengakhiri monarki feodal yang berlangsung lebih dari 2000 tahun dan mendirikan Republik China, mengubah sistem politik secara mendasar, dan kegagalan Yuan Shang menjadi kaisar membuktikan secara tak bisa mundur ke belakang. Dan ada lagi yaitu pada periode revolusi demokratik, yaitu yang pertama yaitu gerakan kebudayaan baru yang mulai pada tahun 1915 dan gerakan 4 Mei yang terjadi pada tahun 1919. Ini membuka babak baru pencerahan ideologi China. Dan pada waktu yang sama, Marxisme mulai menyebar dan berujung pada berdirinya Partai Komunis China yang membawa kepemimpinan baru bagi revolusi. Sebelum Republik Rakyat Tiongkok berdiri, sebelumnya terjadi revolusi nasional. Dan pada tahun 1931 ada serangan dari Jepang. Mulai ada serangan dari Jepang. Persisnya pada tanggal 18 September tahun 1931. Tentara Kuantung Jepang meledakkan rel di Liuhaohu, kemudian menuduh tentara Tiongkok sebagai pelakunya. Itagaki Seishiro segera memerintahkan serangan ke Beidaiyin dan yang memicu insiden 18 September. Keesok harinya, Jepang menduduki kota-kota penting di jalur kereta Manchuria Selatan. Dalam bulan 18 hari, seluruh timur laut kuasai. Mulai pada tahun berikutnya, Jepang mendirikan rezim boneka Manchu, mulai penjajahan selama 14 tahun, yang menyebabkan lebih dari 30 juta penduduk timur laut menderita. Foto ini adalah museum kejadian itu. Kemudian pada tahun 1937 terjadi insiden lagi, yaitu Jepang mulai menyerang Tiongkok secara menyeluruh. Dan setelah 8 tahun melawan, akhirnya Jepang menyerah. Dan setelah 8 tahun perlawanan sengit, Tiongkok memenangkan perang anti-Jepang. Dan kemudian pada tahun 1949, Tiongkok resmi berdiri. Nah, tadi sejarah tadi itu yaitu membuat orang Tiongkok untuk bangkit kembali. Nah, untuk bangkit lagi menghadapi banyak kesulitan juga. Yang karena pada waktu itu di seluruh dunia hanya ada yang mantan itu Uni Soviet, kemudian Kuba, kemudian Vietnam, dan Tiongkok merupakan negara sosialisme. Ini merupakan hal yang baru di seluruh dunia. Maka pihak kapitalisme menganggap sosialisme sebagai lawannya. Maka tidak diberi kesempatan untuk terbuka. Sampai tahun 1978, Tiongkok mulai menerapkan kebijakan keterbukaan dan reformasi. Berikutnya adalah 9 bidang. Mengapa Tiongkok bisa berkembang? Yang pertama yaitu evolusi historis dan karakteristik bertahap. Pada tahun 1949 sampai 1978, sistem ekonomi terencana membangun fondasi industri pada periode ini. Kemudian pada tahun 1978 sampai tahun 2001 era reformasi dan keterbukaan ekonomi. Waktu itu ketika Tiongkok baru mulai menjalankan kebijakan reformasi, ada orang yang mengkritik, yaitu kalau negara sosialisme menjalankan reformasi itu tetap bersifat sosialisme atau bersifat kapitalisme. Waktu itu Presiden Tiongkok yaitu Deng Xiaoping atau boleh dikatakan perancang kebijakan reformasi mengatakan kucing baik bulunya hitam maupun bulunya putih. Asal kucing itu bisa menangkap tikus, dialah kucing yang bagus. Maka bagi pemerintah Tiongkok itu membuat orangnya hidup sejahtera, yaitu merupakan pemerintah yang bagus. Kemudian tahap berikutnya yaitu tahun 2001 sampai tahun 2012, yaitu merupakan keanggotaan dalam WTO mempercepat laju perkembangan ekonomi. Setelah tahun 2012 hingga saat ini ditandai dengan transformasi struktural normal baru yang berkelanjutan. Selanjutnya saya mau tunjukkan selama 40-an tahun ini perubahan di Tiongkok. Bentar. Oh, mungkin itu sulit bagi saya untuk teman-teman bisa melihat videonya.
We prefer we don't have waste.
The radio don't have voice.
Teman-teman, saya tadi video tadi itu yaitu menunjukkan hasilnya selama 40 tahun setelah reformasi dan terbuka. Boleh saya kasih contoh yang lebih konkret lagi, yaitu pada tahun saya lahir sebelum kebijakan reformasi. Ketika saya masih kecil, atau boleh dikatakan tahun 80-an, ketika teman-teman atau keluarga kami ada yang menikah, mereka harus bersiap 3 roda. Roda itu yaitu yang roda pertama yaitu jam tangan. Karena jam tangan punya jarum. Ketika berputar seperti satu roda. Kemudian roda kedua yaitu mesin jahit. Mesin jahit. Kemudian roda ketiga yaitu sepeda. Sepeda punya 2 roda. Waktu itu mereka mau menikah, mereka punya yang ini, yang ketiga ini. Kemudian pada tahun 90-an, mereka punya, ketika menikah, mereka membeli sepeda motor, membeli kulkas, dan beli televisi. Sekarang kalau orang mau menikah, kebanyakan yang membeli mobil atau rumah yang baru. Inilah menandai perkembangan ekonomi Tiongkok selama 40-an tahun ini. Kemudian faktor kebijakan dan kelembagaan. Reformasi berorientasi pasar melakukan liberalisasi kontrol harga secara bertahap, keterbukaan terhadap dunia luar, dan membangun zona ekonomi khusus seperti kota Shenzhen yang sangat terkenal ekonominya, dan kota-kota terbuka di kawasan pesisir untuk menginvestasi dan teknologi asing. Kemudian kebijakan industri dan perencanaan 5 tahun. Investasi infrastruktur, ada pembangunan jalur kereta cepat, pelabuhan, jaringan listrik, dan sebagainya untuk menekan biaya logistik. Kemudian ada strategi pembangunan regional. Pada awalnya ketika terbuka, bagian timur yang awalnya terbuka, karena bagian timur ada banyak pelabuhan untuk mendukung ekspor. Pada waktu awalnya kebijakan terbuka, Deng Xiaoping mengatakan tidak mungkin semuanya penduduk Tiongkok menjadi kaya pada waktu yang sama. Kemudian orang di bagian timur menjadi kaya terlebih dahulu, yang menjadi kaya. Kemudian mereka membantu bagian barat. Maka ada program pembangunan kawasan barat dan inisiatif sabuk dan jalan yang menghubungkan pasar domestik dengan pasar global. Selanjutnya ada keunggulan faktor produksi. Yang pertama ada sumber daya tenaga kerja. Kemudian populasi usia kerja di sana lebih dari 70% sebelum tahun 2010. Dan tenaga kerja murah mendukung industri padat karya. Kemudian akumulasi modal dan investasi. Dan tingkat tabungan yang tinggi mendukung investasi domestik. Sebagaimana kita ketahui, orang Tionghoa atau orang dari Tiongkok, kami sangat suka menabung. Kami sangat suka menabung karena itu dipengaruhi oleh lingkungan hidup kami. Seperti tadi saya jelaskan, ketika di bagian utara, sebelum musim dingin, mereka pasti mengumpulkan hal yang cukup atau makanan yang cukup untuk musim dingin itu. Ini sama dengan ketika kami setelah dapat gaji dan sebagiannya pasti ditabung. Kemudian ada teknologi dan inovasi. Inovasi sebagai presentasi PDB meningkat dari 0,6% pada tahun 1996 menjadi 2,6% pada tahun 2023 dan menempati peringkat pertama di dunia selama beberapa tahun. Kemudian ekonomi digital menyumbang lebih dari 40% PDB seperti Huawei dan Alibaba Cloud Computing dan sebagainya. Kemudian pasar domestik yang besar, Tiongkok ada 1,4 miliar orang dan 400 juta kelompok kelas menengah. Ini membentuk efek skala untuk mendukung sirkulasi internal. Ada strategi sirkulasi ganda, yaitu menggunakan permintaan domestik untuk menahan risiko eksternal, misalnya ketika terjadi perang dagang Tiongkok dan Amerika Serikat. Kebijakan untuk merangsang konsumsi, misalnya sama ada pengembalian pajak penghasilan pribadi untuk pengurangan khusus. Misalnya kalau di Tiongkok, gaji yang saya dapat itu adalah setelah pajak. Tapi pada tahun berikutnya, kalau keluarga saya punya orang tua yang di atas 60 tahun. Kalau saya punya anak belum sebelum 18 tahun, kalau saya punya syarat-syarat tadi itu, saya bisa dikembalikan pajak yang sudah saya bayar tahun yang lalu. Kemudian ada kebijakan konsumsi kendaraan bermotor mencakup pembebasan pajak pemberian untuk kendaraan energi baru. Di kota Beijing, kota Shanghai, dan kota Guangzhou. Ketiga kota ini merupakan kota yang padat. Jadi jumlah kendaraan itu semakin banyak. Terjadi macet. Untuk mengurangi kemacetan, untuk calon pembeli kendaraan bensin harus diundi. Setelah berhasil diundi, baru bisa membeli kendaraan bensin. Tapi kalau Anda mau membeli kendaraan energi baru, tidak perlu, bisa langsung dibeli. Kemudian ada kebijakan perumahan beri suku bunga profesional untuk kredit pemilikan rumah pertama. Kemudian ada GOPU yang itu singkatan, yaitu subsidi diberi pada konsumer. Minggu yang lalu, kata ibu saya, katanya meja tulisnya sudah kuno, sudah dipakai lebih dari 20 tahun. Mau diganti yang baru. Jadi saya memilih di Taobao, saya dapat subsidi dari pemerintah. Maka meja itu dikurang 500 yuan supaya penduduk setempat mau konsumsi. Selain kepada warga domestik juga ada kebijakan kepada Wisman. Misalnya ada refund cek keberangkatan dan juga ada 240 jam pembebasan visa transit. Sejak bulan Juni tahun ini bagi warga Indonesia yang transit di Tiongkok juga bebas visa. Ada lagi yaitu partisipasi dalam rantai nilai global. Tiongkok sudah menjadi pabrik dunia yang mencakup 30% dari nilai tambah manufaktur global. Kemudian perdagangan produk antara mencakup lebih dari 60% terintegrasi ke dalam rantai pasokan global.
Ibu Melati, 2 menit lagi Ibu Melati.
Ya baik, 2 menit lagi. Kalau begitu saya mau tunjukkan teknologi yang sudah berkembang di sana. Oh, ini sudah berhasil. Jadi saya kasih tetap kita pakai ini aja. Ekonomi misalnya Tiongkok sudah mengembangkan ekonomi perkembangan rendah. Kemarin saya lihat dari oh, mohon maaf, tadi belum bisa ditunjukkan. Tapi ingin saya perkenalkan yaitu ekonomi penerbangan rendah di Tiongkok. Kemarin ada berita dari TV, yaitu ada uji coba pengiriman serum anti bisa ular. Dengan ini jaraknya yang kalau pakai kendaraan diantar serum anti bisa ular itu pakai setengah jam. Kalau dengan uh, penerbangan rendah ini bisa 8 menit sudah bisa sampai untuk menolong pasien yang memerlukan. Uh, Mungkin karena keterbatasan waktunya, mungkin sharing saya hari ini sampai di sini dulu. Kalau ada yang salah, mohon maklumlah dan minta izin. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for amazing presentation, Ibu Melati. So this is the very interesting about how to connection about the history and develop economics in China. So this is the we get how the China can fast the growth about the economics. So China have the best best the develop how to match innovations, like example like your slides. So maybe ladies and gentlemen, you have a question. Maybe you can chat box on raise your hands. Maybe three questions. The first. Silakan Bapak Ibu, mungkin ada pertanyaan. In bahasa, oke, okay. Teman-teman semua, Bapak Ibu semua. Apakah ada pertanyaan Bapak Ibu? Ibu Melati, okay. Sembari menunggu yang lain, saya ingin bertanya. Tadi Ibu menjelaskan terkait bagaimana terkait historical China sebelum dia sekarang itu menjadi one of top country lah bisa dibilang kan masih ataupun walaupun bersaing dengan Amerika misalnya. Apakah dalam pembangunan di China itu di China maksudnya itu masih menggunakan apa ya pendekatan-pendekatan historicalnya atau traditional approach-nya di sana walaupun misalnya dari teknologi cuman dari sisi approach traditional approach-nya itu masih ditanamkan di sana baik historinya bentuk bangunan sebagainya itu dan infrastrukturnya Ibu itu mungkin sembari menunggu teman-teman yang lain.
Oh, maksudnya Pak Anggi ya itu pembangunan ekonomi di Tiongkok apakah ada unsur sejarahnya? Oh ya, baik. Terima kasih Pak Anggi. Menurut saya, ketika saya ditanya mengapa Tiongkok bisa berkembang, kalau dari saya yaitu dari sifatnya orang Tiongkok yang tidak takut pada alam dan menghormati alam semesta. Tapi kalau ada kesulitan di depan, tidak gampang menyerah, melainkan berjuang untuk mendapat keadilan. Atau ambil contoh saja, itu HP, HP saya ini punya saya pakai Huawei. Saya juga pakai Vivo, pakai Oppo, pernah saya pakai. Kemudian sebelumnya saya juga pakai Apple yang punya itu. Dulu Huawei sebagai perusahaan Tiongkok yang sangat cukup besar pernah membeli chips dari Amerika. Kalau mereka tidak dijual ke Huawei, pakai Huawei kan susah. Bagaimana bisa lanjutkan produk? Oleh karena itu, kalau Amerika Serikat tidak mau menjual chips kepada Huawei, Huawei membuat sendiri. Jadi tidak takut kalau tidak jadi dijual. Maka terhadap keadaan yang sulit itu, penting kami meneliti sendiri, membuat sendiri, daripada bergantung pada orang lain.
Oke, terima kasih Bung Lati atas pertanyaannya. Jadi sangat menarik. Jadi bagaimana China itu tidak hanya menjadi negara yang consumer, tapi negara yang production, begitu Ibu ya. Jadi walaupun sudah ada teknologi, misalnya smartphone, Amerika misalnya Apple, tapi China tidak mau hanya menjadi consumer, tapi juga menjadi production. Ini menarik untuk bagaimana membawa negara itu untuk cepat pertumbuhan ekonominya. Kalau hanya consumer memang sangat berat bagi negara-negara, terutama negara berkembang seperti Indonesia. Oke, terima kasih Ibu Melati atas your insight, sangat bermanfaat bagi kami. Bapak Ibu mungkin ada pertanyaan in bahasa or yang lain, in China mungkin or in English.
我看见有很多中国的同学、中国的朋友来参加这个研讨会啊。Saya lihat dari nama-nama masing-masing ada yang ada banyak yang dari Tiongkok yang ikut dalam acara ini. Menarik ya acara ini.
Terima kasih Ibu Melati atas waktu dan kesempatannya. Oke, thank you Ibu Melati. So now we are next to screen to our Master of Ceremony. Sister Belia, screen is yours. Thank you guys. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaolishan and our moderator Anggi Aprizal. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Shaolishan, and this certificate will be presented by our moderator Anggi Aprizal.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Anggi. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a picture together. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's continue with our fourth and fifth keynote speakers. Professor Evan Laupohok from University Malaysia Sarawak and Professor Muhammad Abdelhak from University of Bolton, United Kingdom. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, at this session, we were supposed to have a live presentation from Prof. Evan Laupohok. Unfortunately, he is unable to join us in person today. However, he has kindly prepared a special video presentation for us, which we'll watch together. These two sessions will be moderated by Dr. Dia Setewati Dewanti, SA, MSc, PhD. But before that, I will read her curriculum vitae. Dr. Dia Setewati Dewanti, SA, MSc, PhD, is a lecturer and assistant professor at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. She completed her doctoral degree in development science at Khon Kaen University, Thailand, with expertise in natural research and environmental economics, disaster management, tourism, economics, and well-being studies. Dr. Dia is actively involved in interdisciplinary research, including disaster management, creative economy, halal tourism, and tobacco control policy. She has collaborated with both national and international institutions such as Khon Kaen University and Johns Hopkins University, and has led numerous community service projects in disaster-prone areas and tourism village. In addition to her academic role, Dr. Dia served as head of the Subdirectorate of Education Quality Assurance at the university level. She is frequent speaker and prolific author in national and international conference and reputable journal, including Scopus Index publication. Her expertise make her a significant contributor to research and policy development focused on sustainability and community well-being. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Dia Setiawati Dewanti.
Thank you so much, Miss Master Ceremony. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dia Setiawati Dewanti from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for everyone. It's really blessed that today we are having two great speakers from Professor Evan Lau and also Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdel from University of Bolton, United Kingdom. Nevertheless, really sorry that Professor Evan Lau he's not coming, but he's already sending our for us our video. I would like to read his curriculum vitae. Professor Evan Lau is distinguished professor at University Malaysia Sarawak, or we call it as UNIMAS from Malaysia, with extensive academic and leadership experiences. Currently, he's serving as a Deputy Dean of Research and Commercialization. He has held key roles such as Director of Before and Deputy Dean for Research and Postgraduate. Internationally recognized, he has held visiting positions at the University of Cambridge and other universities in Indonesia. Professor Evan has an impressive research portfolio with over 100 journal articles, numerous books, and also conference papers. He has received multiple awards from Research Excellence and has secured 32 research grants with the UNIMAS and also other university partners. He has also supervised and examined over 300 postgraduate and undergraduate research projects. Professor Evan Lau is also becoming a lot of editor-in-chief in quite a lot of international journals. For example, from Taylor and France, Scopus, Cell Press, etc. So his background is really interesting to have the research and also research development. Without any overdue, I would like to invite even though it's a video of Professor Evan Lau, he wants to share about empowering sustainable digital transformation through educations. Okay, the staff, okay, thank you so much. So without any overdue, this is a video from Professor Evan Lau from UNIMAS. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and very good day to everyone. I hope everyone are in good health. I'm very excited today as I'm going to share these slides or this presentation with all of you in this very, very exciting, very relevant conference of International Conference on Economics and Development Sustainability. So the keyword today is economics, development, sustainability, which is very important, of course. So what I'm going to talk about, this is the topic that you see on the screen right now, is the topic that I'm going to talk about. Of course, the conference has a theme, a very, very important theme also on strengthening economic resilience, navigating uncertainty for sustainable development. So that's the theme of the conference that we have today. I'm honored to be one of the speakers for today in this lovely evening on the 28th of
June 2025. So let us start with a little bit of my lecture and sharing here, and then after that we will go through some the other presentation session and so on by the other speakers. Right. So my topic for the day is about empowering sustainable digital transformation through education. So we're going to discuss a little bit on what's the role of education, and of course putting up this issue there before coming into that, the important features of how education would be able, will be an important factor, important indicator to bring forward what we already have in this world today, or what we are going into in the future, right? So that's a bit of that. So this is a picture of Faculty of Economics and Business, University Malaysia Sarawak. Yes, I come from University Malaysia Sarawak here in Malaysia, and I welcome everyone to my faculty or my university. Right. So if you have a chance to visit Malaysia and Sarawak itself, do come and visit our faculty. Right. I'm indebted and honored to be invited again for this conference, right? So the menu for today, I'm going to start about something that we already have in this world, or what I call as a VUCA world. What is VUCA? I'm going to explain in a while. And then after talks about a little bit of the rise of the machine. Yeah, it sounds like a title of the movie. Yes, it actually is. And number 3 is about twin destruction. Yeah, destruction that happens and still going on. The role of education and the future. So this is part of it. So I started off with something called VUCA world. So what is VUCA? VUCA itself is from the acronym called volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. This is how I define the world today, as what also the definition fits in even before the pandemic, before 2020, before 2019. It's called COVID-19. We have the very, very volatile movement of the world economy, the businesses, and all around. Uncertainty is all around. Is also one of the important features of what the world is. Coming back to what the theme of the conference is, navigating uncertainty. Yes, on their part itself, right? Uncertainty, complexity. Certain issues are very complex, and we've seen today, as what we also seen what is the major mega trend that we have today. Yeah. A few of the major mega trend that we've seen today that I can bring you, like the issue of the problem statement issue of what my presentation is all about today. There are 5D, we call it 5D, the letter D, Denmark, 5D. What is that 5D? The first one is called deglobalization. Rather than globalization, now we've seen a lot of, even the big countries are moving, the advanced countries are moving into deglobalization. Right, that's number 1. Number 2 is about decarbonization. Decarbonization, we talk about how we can ensure that the environment is sustainable in that sense, rather than just ensure that the country grows well. The environment also have to be taken care of. That's number 2. Number 3 is about debt, hutang, debt. This is a very much important features of the world. As we've seen, a lot of numbers of countries after the pandemic are hit with debt, high debt, even more than 100% of the country GDP. Is that a worrying sign? Yes, of course. And number 4 is about digitalization, is what I'm going to touch also in this particular presentation precisely. And number 5 is about demographic. Yeah, they have a demographic change and so on, and what have built in the future for us, that we can see for the future, right? Right. So we are living in the VUCA world, as I mentioned just now, as what we are, and we need a non-linear solution, right? A non-linear solution is something that is crucial in this world that we're living, meaning that what we do now is not just a straight line, but we're going through some non-linear features, like how we can model the economy or the business strategic and fundamental. As I said just now, with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, what we need to do from that perspective, even from the individual perspective, like you and me and everyone else, right? With volatility, we should have visibility, meaning that we agile, we proactive in decision making. This not just for the leader, but even for the society itself. A person in a society would need that kind. So with volatility, visibility is one of the solution for that volatility. Or if you see the down part of my slides, with V is vision. You must have a vision, what you want to do for the future to fit in the or to solve the issue of volatility. Uncertainty, you must have unconstrained or understanding in this. Unconstrained in the sense that with the technological advancement of today, with the digitalization today, thank God we have that. And the customer experience, we have unlimited possibility. The sky is a limit, right? The sky is the limit in terms of uncertainty. It means that if the solution, as said just now, if the solution is a linear solution, as previously, no. We still do business as usual, but then again, perhaps we do it a little bit different from what we usually done. Just on unconstrained. On complexity, we, whether we like it or not, are interconnected or connected in some ways or another. Or you have and the other C will be on clarity. You must have the clarity of thoughts of what you wanted to do. You're clear. Your mind is clear. This is what I want to do. This is where I'm going into, and so on and so on. Even for the universities, even for the country, even from a family point of view, and so on. Right, connected in the sense that you might have cross collaboration, internal external parties that evolve it because of complexity of the issues and everything surrounding us. With ambiguity, again, it's related back to what we have today: technological advancement of AI, artificial intelligence, or agility. That, well, we cannot run away. We are living in a world that AI has become parts of our life. Part of our life with the second part that I'm going to talk about, which is the rise of the machine. How these issues that I mentioned just now, VUCA, and how this the rise of the machine actually push forward that far. Right, the rise of the machine is actually came from this title of this famous movie from time to time. I think it should be in the late 80s, and then you have in 90s, or maybe somewhere near the 2000s when they have the Terminator. I think until today, they still have the drama on Terminator. So Terminator is a machine come from the future. This is the movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Then the machine come from the future and try to save the world. Why I put this thing up is because what we have today, what we are doing right now, what we're talking here is through these apps, through this machine that enable us to connect, in that sense that the impossibility 10 years ago now is possible thanks to the technology. We invest, really explore on how actually we can connect. Right? That's the rise. I use the word the rise of the machine, not in the sense of the machine controlling us, the machine conquer us. No, I guess a lot of the non-fiction movie or the fictional movie there's a lot. Terminator is become one of the important, right, where it started. Right? In that sense, if you've seen this, all the participants here, but for my age of person, I do have this some years back. I don't have it right now though. This is a small part of machine. Of course, right now we can use the computer, even our handphone, and so on to do that. Right? We even can have game online with the other parties at the other side of the world, right? And this is another important literature review in terms of movie, in terms of technological advancement, called the Matrix. Called the Matrix, where when I saw it first, I think back in the 90s. I do not understand the movie because it's science fiction. But then again, what it says in the movie is about it's about the computer system, it's about Oracle, it's about the technological advancement then. But now it's clear what we have and what the advancement in technology are going into. Where are we? 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago. We have all the smart things around us today, right? Which I link back to the other parts of the storyline again. We come from here, normal telephone that we've seen, the landline that we've seen in any houses, perhaps 30 years ago, perhaps some of the houses today don't even have this anymore because we don't need this anymore because we have mobile phone, right? And then we have this ATM machine, we're still around, right? The ATM machine perhaps have been upgraded. They have touch screen and so on and so on. So this is all the advancement. And of course, the last picture here is about the Bitcoin cryptocurrency that we have today. So things have changed along the way. And that again, coming back to my main issue just now about VUCA VUCA, right? And the transformation that talks about the industry 4.0 has been there even before the pandemic. We talk about cybersecurity, we talk about augmented reality, visual reality, we talk about big data, we talk about autonomous robots, we talk about adaptive manufacturing, we talk about simulation, system integration, cloud computing, Internet of Things is already there. The revolution is there. Well, but how far does it go? That's where my portion of the rise of the machine there from number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the past 200-300 years. Right. So I still remember when I did my studies, my PhD studies, especially 20 years ago, I do not have the luxury of having a handphone. I only have my handphone. I only have my first handphone actually. Nearly to the end of my PhD time, right? But then it's not the smartphone that we have. It's the small Nokia, but mine is not Nokia. I have the Nokia 3310. For those who at my age you still remember, the younger generation would not know what is that. I have my first phone is the Sony Ericsson, or Ericsson only at that time, without Sony Ericsson. It was the flip phone. Yeah, there was then, and the screen is so small, black and white. You cannot play games, you cannot, and so on. You just SMS. There's no such thing called WhatsApp and OER exists at that time. So things have changed, and technological advancement have changed until what we are today. And we are talking like this today through Zoom, right? And so on. So Internet of Things actually have connected us much more closer. I use that language. I use that because with this technology, we are able to have this impossibility become possible. Not just doing a online conference like this or webinars and related, but also enable us to, at least in education, to translate that point of view from one end to the other end of the world. That is limitless in that sense, right? But Internet of Things have grown far, have grown very fast too. And I'm pretty sure that you can see all around you where the cities and Internet of Things is where the foundation of the smart city or a smart campus and so on and so on, where everything else, the machine talk to the other machine. That's the idea of Internet of Things. Machine talk to the other machine. It's no longer human talks to the machine, but machine can connect to the other machine and tell the other human what is going on and so on and so on. Like how we can use our navigation from point A to point B. Perhaps we use whatever apps they're using, for example, Google Map from point A to B. That is a tremendous development and innovation. Then 20 years ago, but now have become commonly used by a lot of people. Why we need that? Why we have that? We can plan ahead, which is actually good. So in that sense that things have changed for the rise of the machine, right? So we come to the second part. Now we're going to the third part. Now to bring you another issue, which is very relevant, of course, related to what we are doing here and how we can brought forward for the for the future in terms of navigating the uncertainty of volatility, complexity, and ambiguity. In that sense, we have twin disruption that happens. Why I call it twin disruption? It's because at the same time we are worried about digital transformation. We worried about digitalization journey. We worried about Internet of Things. We worried about we worried about technological advancement before pandemic. That was the buzzword that everyone talks about. Should we put this? Should we put that? Should we this thing and so on? Yeah. And then again, the same time after 2019, end of 2019, when pandemic hit, everyone else are forced to be at home, right? Depending on which country that you come from, yes. But overall, I would say that everyone would stay at home at that time because of the pandemic. And that change actually, that push even the digitalization journey faster and faster because of the pandemic, because we can't go out. We stay at home, we do the class like this, we do the webinars, we talk to other people, we have a meeting online. Everything made possible. And see where we are today. This kind of thing becoming very common rather than, if you ask me 6 years ago, talking to the computer like this is not common. With the audience, of course, but it's not common. But this has becoming much more common and becoming a norm, right? Having an online. And so that connects us, coming back to the issue of connectivity just now, connecting people. Technology be able to do that in a positive way, right? And as I mentioned just now, this accelerate from the COVID-19. So this called twin disruption. At the same time, we have the digitalization journey. At the same time, the companies, the country, the society had to invest in digital advancement. And then at the same time, COVID-19 hit. So both come together and it pushed further. For example, these apps that we are using today. Right, I still remember before Zoom exists, we always use. I from time to time I use Skype, and apps called Skype. But Skype officially closed down. I think last month or early this month. I forget. Yeah, I know it's this year. Just this quite recently, they officially closed down because I guess there's so many of these kind of apps exist, and they are doing much better than Skype. Yeah, I use Skype from time to time previously to do video call, but it's not very common. But now we have Zoom, we have Microsoft Teams, we have Google Meet, we have VOOV, and a lot more others that is outside there that we use. We have, I forget, we have, I'm also using WebEx, right? We're also using WebEx. So a lot of these options down there, which enhance the collaboration, remote collaboration and productivity in that sense, right? That enable us to do that. So one of the slides here, actually was taken from the IBM, saying that what kind of the future work that you can expect by 2050 or right now, becoming more and more important. For example, like AI psychologists. Not we know AI, but the future, you someone expert in AI, someone expert in psychology. That's the interesting part. Chief productivity officer, personal medical counselor, quantum data analyst, drone manager, elderly yoga instructor, caregiver specialist, sustainable building regulator, soft skill consultant, and waste engineer. All of this, in terms of future that we have, although I'm still not into that part of the future for the last part, but then again, it's relevant inside here because of the twin disruption. How education plays a role to train these people. The universities have to change, the school have to change, people have to change, the society have to change because of what we have, the pandemic and the digitalization. And of course, at the same time, all the 5 mega trends that I mentioned just now would enable us to move forward into this direction with this kind of future, perhaps, that we have. Right? Let's talk a little bit more about that in a while. So number 4 here, coming back to one of the main aim of my talk here is about how education can play a role, how education can produce such a talent. Education plays a very important role, whether you are a lecturer, whether you are a student right now. But once you go out, once you graduated, you go out, or you continue after that, you be it in the school, be it in the school teaching the students. That is where you train them. You train the next future human capital. So education plays a very important role, especially in this moment of time. Not just in this moment of time. Education has always becoming a very important features for the growth of the country, because human capital plays a very important role. And I still remember, from the economics point of view, human capital was one of the major ingredients in terms of economic growth, at least by someone like Gary Becker back in 1960s. And of course, the person before him, and I cite Gary Becker because he pronouncedly emphasized the importance of human capital, investment in human capital. Right, you're talking about how much we invest in education, plus how much that we're going to have for the future. Right. So education plays a very important role, and every one of us also be a part of that education system or ecosystem in that sense. Right. This is by Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which can change the world. I believe so. Despite that, perhaps I always believe also, despite there's a small change, despite there's a small tiny things that people can learn from me, I'm satisfied to see that as part of it, because education plays a role to change the world, to change how we think, to change how we enhance, to talk about that, and so on and so on, to bring forward the new generation and the new generation and the new generation. There's a continuity from there, right? There's always continuity from there, and integration of what everyone knows as part of the knowledge creation, as part of the knowledge that we build and develop for the future, right? So what should I bring here in terms of education? And we've seen especially the SDG, where it talks about Sustainable Development Goals, and before that we have Millennium Development Goals, or MDG. The goals up to 2030 started from the millennium, the year 2000 up to 2030. So the long-term goal is about 30 years, and we are almost at 2030 right now. So it's about less than 5 years to go. Where are we? And of course, in both, as you see here, education is very, very important parts of it. And I think, I always think that education will play an important role even for the SDG 1 up to SDG 17. SDG 4 is equality education, to produce the students, to produce the next generation, and so on and so on. And that fight for gender equality, that fight for the good health, that ensure that there's no hunger anymore, that ensure that poverty been eliminated altogether, and so on and so on, and everything else here. That is the role of education. So what it plays in this document, it says that sustainable development post 2015 begin with education. Important parts of the education, right? 2015 means that from 2015 to 2030 is about SDG, the 17 goals just now. Education as the catalyst for development, as I've been mentioning that from earlier on, that I try to put into myself in that particular shoe on how education actually would bring forward all the other of the SDG. Yeah. With education, we can reduce inequality. With education, we would enhance the growth of the country. With the education, we can ensure that the growth and everything else are sustainable, including the environment, including the industry, including the consumption, responsible consumption, and so on and so on, that have been stated inside the SDG goals. Right? Every country in this world and every universities that I know are talking about SDG, talking about SDG and how we actually can expand, how actually we can use education as part and push for this movement of the SDG into that particular example. Same thing goes to this SDG 12, 13, 14, 15 that talks about environmental protection. We need education. We need people to be educated to know the importance of environment that we living in, right? With the extreme weather that we've seen, what we can do? We try our best. We try our best as a society to protect this environment, not just for us, but for the future generation. That's what supposedly education should bring us in, to have that inculcate inside and nurture us to become a responsible society, right? So ensuring sustainable consumption and production pattern, sustainable, responsible in that sense, right? Take action of what we are doing here. That's a part of it. So as this document says that the education actually can accelerate the progress towards the achievement of all the SDG. Without the education, we'll not be able to push it further. This is not just the role of the government to ensure the SDG are in line. Everyone else in this world is part of this. Is a global movement, not just the youth. Not just the youth, of course. I'm gonna tell you one story. I joined this the youth, one of the youth society, actually Indonesian youth society. I forget the name of the society. They invited me some years back. I think back in 2017, 2018, somewhere there, when I was invited as one of the speakers that talks about SDG 10. SDG 10, just now in SDG 10, I'm coming back to my slide about reduce inequality. What's the role of youth in terms of that? Quite a big, celebration. I will use it, a big impact in that sense. One of the speakers that talks about that, and for the youth, about 500 of them actually coming from, especially all over Southeast Asia. Right, it's like United Nations. I think the function is about United Nations youth movement or something like that. Somewhere back, I was invited. I was privileged and the honor actually to invite me. Talking about that, and I also at the same time talks about the importance of education. Then I still talk about it today, until today, for the past 7 years, on how education plays an important role to shape this and make this thing possible. All right. And of course, at the same time, there's a movement talking about ESDG. What is ESG? Is education SDGs. That's part of it, right? Of this thing, and how actually it can bring forward the role of universities in delivering the ESDGs, right? Of course, at the same time, because we are living in technological advancement with AI, we cannot run away with AI. How we can integrate AI into educational equity and quality, so to promote a better inclusive learning environment, to promote a better, a much more inclusive, as I said just now, as a powerful equity, it's a powerful tool to ensure that accessible for everyone, right? Promote inclusive learning, support diverse learning needs, and so on. So with the help of AI tool, perhaps that is possible. It's possible today, right? It's of course it's possible. There's a lot of things we can promote through the AI. Don't just see the AI as a negative point of view, but it can enhance further the educational institution and quality with a proper usage, with a much more responsible AI usage in that sense. All right, and it also can enhance our role as a teacher, whether it's formal or informal, whether it's a parents in teaching their kids at home, or the formal one like school teacher, universities lecturer, and so on, or even the country leaders. They are actually in one sense teacher, educators, because they always they provide the policy and so on for the people, not just for themselves, right? So that's, again, I call it the informal role of a teacher, that have evolved beyond of what we've seen 20, 30 years back. Become facilitator, become a mentor, and so on and so on. Champion digital citizenship. It can be a role there. How we can enhance that with the help of the AI, with teacher plays an important role in that sense, right? I have one extra section here called SRI and ESG. I try to link towards that then before going into the conclusion in that sense. Right. So what is SRI? It's sustainable, responsible investment, and ESG is environment, social governance. Right. That talks about of course ethical. That talks about social, environmental consideration into the perspective of the firms, of how a business can invest responsibly within that umbrella of umbrella of environmental consideration, social consideration, and governance consideration. Right. This is where we are today on this juncture. And then, of course, the incorporation of ESG principle have widened the access to finance, the business and whatnot, or what more investors are looking into. That's why we have something called green investment. We have something called blue economy, and which is very much related to that, on how people perceive and people or the society going to that direction, or the firms going to that direction, not just to fulfill the requirement of the ESG, but really doing it for the benefit of the future generation, alongside with achieving the SDGs and related to that, as I mentioned just now. This was one of the reports from Indonesia, actually, right? So the alignment should be there on how we align together SDG and ESG. How do firms actually align together in terms of that? You can break down the 17 into the parts of the E, S, and G. All right. Yes. So the final part that I'm going to talk about, of course, it's about the future. I put there ... which is something colorful that we can shape from now. Something colorful that we still do not know what's going to be the future. I always tell myself and always tell my students, especially, if we know the future, I don't think the life is as fun as now, as colorful as now. So the future is where we build. This future as the future is in our hand, as where we build, we develop, we ensure that what we have now for the bring to bring up to the future, right? So that's part of it. So one of the I got this idea from one of the article that talks about that I link back just now to the 5 mega trend that I mentioned earlier on. How the future economy will looks like, this article says that the future economy would have these 4 boundary, or within that 5 mega trend that I mentioned just now, where we have social boundary, social foundation, which is very much related to demographic, technological boundary, very much related to digitalization, social connective boundary, which talk about thinking and so on, also about demographic, also about the society. Planetary boundary talks about deglobalization, talks about decarbonization, and that itself, of course, lie between all of this, because when we talk about this, we talk about the economy itself, which is that one of the major indicators in that sense, other than economic growth, other than sustainable growth in that sense, right? So all these things would change, the value change, the cultural shift, and so on, which will lead towards what we have now. So again, here we are at 2025. What will happen in 2030 is where we build it now. What will happen in 2040? We build it now. A future generation. Yeah, for most of the participants here, maybe in the conference, are young generation, those generation Z, generation Y, yeah, Z perhaps, not Y, and so on, or maybe there's no generation Alpha here, which actually will build that future economy lies in your hand, right? But with what we plan today, and for the future, we are the direction that we are going into, right? So I'm coming into my last slide. that some of the key points that I already mentioned, and I will summarize it down again. We are living in a VUCA world. So one of the most important things that is about adaptability is the key for the VUCA world. Right? Education will equip the future leaders with the foundation of SDG as we have now. So that's why everyone have to know about what is SDG, ESG, SRI principle, empowering them to drive the change. These are the future. You are the future, the Z generation, or even the Alpha generation. Of course, the Y, which I cannot be forgetting about that. SDG will serve as a very important unified framework, ensuring holistic, inclusive development for everyone. No one is left behind. That's the key word in SDG. The keyword that we should know, whether it's education, whether it's anything else that related to that, no one should be left behind. A pre-pandemic investment in machine learning, AI, digital transformation actually is valuable. It's good. Although it sounds disruption then, but a lot, firms, companies, businesses, economy, countries actually invest more at the time of pandemic to enable us to have all this platform and so on. Thanks to that, that's one of the positive impact of the pandemic. And last one is about education actually enable us to make informed decision, making rapid technological rapid technological advancement and global interdependence between us, which coming back to the VUCA just now and the solution. Technological advancement is not something that we should scare. Global interdependence is not something that we should not do, because we are living in the world that we cannot live in isolation. Everyone, every economy are interrelated in that sense, right? It's there where we can build the sustainable future for everyone with the development that we have planned, with the issues, with the strategy we already put in line, right? So with that, with that, perhaps this is how we see the future as of now and then going forward in the future, right? With that, thank you very much for having me, and I hope and pray for the success of the conference, right? So, and last words, take care everyone, and remember, no one should be left behind in this future development that we plan together. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Okay, thank you so much. Even though we are not meeting him personally through online, but we meet him through video. But it's okay. If you have any further questions, you can write down your questions and then send to the committee. We will help you to send to Professor Evan Lau to communicate and having the communication with you among the Q&A. So that's it from Professor Evan Lau. I think we would like to give the appreciation to Professor Evan Lau, for him to delivering the material for today. Okay, this is our certificate of appreciation for Professor Evan Lau from UNIMAS for becoming one of our speakers. Thank you, and give him applause, even though it's only from Zoom. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Without any overdue, we would like to welcome our last speakers. I think I already met him in here. Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq. Do you hear my voice?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice?
Okay, we can hear your voice. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq. Assalamualaikum, Prof. How are you there?
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah. So before giving our session to Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq, I would like to read the vitae, curriculum vitae, or some summarizations because his curriculum vitae quite long, so I would like to summarize and read it for all of the participants in here. Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdul Haq is a co-founder of the Center for Opposition Studies and professor in banking, and the director of the Center for Islamic Finance at the University of Poland. As well as his academic knowledge, Mohammed has a wealth of practical experience. In a long career in banking in major financial institutions such as Citi, Deutsche Bank, and HSBC. Also, he is the founding member of Oakstone Merchant Bank. Mohammed is active in public life and holds a number of positions. Among them, from 2011 to 2014, he was an elected member of Council of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, Chatham House, and a member of the advisory board of the Center for Social Justice. In 2011, Mohammed was appointed as the chairman of the UK Minister Advisory Group on Extremists in Universities and FE colleague. He is the author of a book on Islamic finance and wrote several articles on various issues related to public life. He is also a regular speaker at conferences. Mohammed stood as a prospective parliamentary candidate for the Conservative Party in 2005 general election for Swansea West. He previously chaired the advisory board for the Conservative Middle East Council from 2011 to 2015. In March 2013, the UK government launched the first Islamic Finance Task Force, and Mohammed was one of the small group of non-ministerial industry experts within the Islamic Finance Task Force. So I would like to welcome the Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq. We
Thank
would
you.
like to have several minutes. Hopefully 15 minutes is enough for you.
Yes, no, thank you.
Sorry
Thank
if it's
you.
short. Okay,
Thank,
thank you. Please, Professor, time is yours.
thank you very much. I am grateful for inviting me to this conference, and definitely I would like to thank my dear brother, the chairman of the conference, Dr. Dimas, for this kind invitation to be with you. So it is good afternoon, to you all. The topic today is, in order to identify, to embark with the topic, we need just to talk about the today's global landscape, the economic landscape. We have persistent post-pandemic effects. We have rising inflation. We have supply chain fragmentation. Of course, the climate change pressures. As previous speakers mentioned, technological disruption and workforce shifts. Definitely a sharp and steep rise in geopolitical tension. So 2025 definitely is almost different from the previous years, i.e., we live in a different era than probably 20 years ago. Things become much, much more volatile. So what is economic resilience? Economic resilience is the capacity of an economy to absorb shocks, adapt, recover as quickly as possible, try to maintain stability, diversification, and institutional strength as well. So resilience is, in the short term, should be sort of a recovery stage, in the long term is that we talk about transformation. So significant uncertainty. Let's try to identify the significant uncertainties in 2025. Again, we have inflation, we have debt stress, we have capital volatility, we have droughts, we have food insecurity. People start to store foods at their homes. That was not, I can't remember that was the case 15 years ago. We have trade disruptions, conflicts, and of course, the arrival of AI and automations and the risk associated to it and the ethical values associated to it as well. And of course, the global health and public health risks. We all unfortunately witnessed what happened, a few years ago, where it was the most shocking things, to ever imagine, where people stayed months and months at home. They couldn't go out, and the consequence of it was probably still, as we still live today, we are still feeling it. So basically, it is an uncertain world, and uncertainty now is become the norm. And the only way you can mitigate or try to reduce uncertainty is to build resilience. And again, how you can build the resilience. There is an article, again, I will come to the macro. I know we are talking about a macroeconomics level, but allow me just to talk about an individual level. There is a paper or an article in Harvard Business Review a few years ago, talked about resilience. And resilience, according to the authors, is about how you recharge, not how you endure. So basically, what does that mean if you try to apply it for whether an individual or a society? Is resilience to be a way of life? How can make resilience way of life? Is by developing a sustainable policies. And again, allow me here to draw or to call on our Islamic values. So it's not about whether you have money or not. Waste is bad. Allah has compared wasteful people to devils. So even if you have a lot of money, waste is not good. Tawadu' in Arabic word for modesty, is very much encouraged. Zuhd, all those concepts are embedded in our DNA as Muslims and as humans. So you cannot have sustainability because you have to. It should be. It's not because you. Otherwise, there will be a massive shocks in our lives as a society or as an individuals. So sustainability, I could argue, it's a way of life, more than just because suddenly we have a geopolitical, crisis, and suddenly we go and panic. That cannot be the way forward. So coming back to key pillars of economic resilience, again, coming back to our topic, is we need to have a robust institutions. What do you mean by robust institutions? Means good governance, means transparency, and means legal framework. Economic diversification, so you cannot rely only on one sector. A human capital development, as the previous speaker was, in his brilliant lecture, he talked about the importance of education, and one of the most important things now is upskilling, rather than just, rather than just only you have got a degree 20 years ago and that's it. No, the one need to keep upskilling. The society need to keep upskilling. Sustainable infrastructure, well, it should be compatible to, to the environment. It should be, again, I could argue, it should be modest. It shouldn't be very fanciful in terms of at the expense of the environment. And social safety nets, protecting the most vulnerable. Again, that's bring us back again to one of the concepts of Islamic economics, which is takaful. So I also could argue that economic resilience is very much, close and deeply tied to maqasid al-sharia, which is, preserving life, intellect, wealth, faith, and future generations. So these pillars reinforce both stability and adaptability. The role of sustainability in development, you can't have sustainability without economic resilience. Sustainable practices reduce long-term risks, and that is, again, it's all those are very, very, used terminologies these days. But if I can just link them to, again, to our daily routine, which is sustainable practices, means, again, modesty, means zuhud, means, the one always should fear, basically, in my view, should feel the creator in how treat his family, his society, his employers, and vice versa. Green transitions attract investment and spur innovations. I mean, it's one of the most fascinating things I recently was reading. I was aware of it, but it's good to, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, one of his sayings is, if the judgment day start happening and you were planting a tree, just finish it. Just finish it. And there's, again, the social inclusion, foster national unity. Again, if you embrace the values of Islam, which is a value of humanity, by the way, it's not just only for Muslims, which is we are all equal, which is we all should look after each other, which after our families. And the Prophet, again, allow me to quote him, كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. All of you responsible, and all of you responsible for people who are who you are supposed to be responsible for, i.e. your communities, your family, your mothers, fathers, children, neighbors, you know. So that is, I really think capitalism went too far, and we are now suffering completely from that. I mean, from, for example, Islamic point of view, again, allow me to quote the Prophet. He said, Angel Gabriel kept reminding me to look after my neighbors till I thought he's going to make my neighbors inherit me, has a right in my inheritance. And that is when social inclusion, the prosperity of all our stakeholders in the society is part of my society, is part of my responsibility and my prosperity. So a strategic recommendation, again, for the sake of time, because the Professor Dia has put a very strict 15 minutes or so on me. We definitely need to invest in climate resilience infrastructure project. Again, we need to promote digital and the green economy, and we need at the same time to ensure that there is always ethical value, ethical dimension, you know, in the digital transformation. Definitely enhance regional cooperation. The solution is definitely, when it comes to the economy, is to support small and medium-sized businesses, and try to build you know, physical buffers for future shocks. I mean, it's, again, I didn't hear mentioned about, of course, zakah and about you know, how could contribute to make the society more resilient by guaranteeing that the money keeps circulating in the society, that you know, the way, you know, it is being distributed. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the humans, by the way. So it's not about only numbers and ratios. If you allow me just to tell you just an example happened recently in the last general election here in Britain. I was helping one of my candidates' friends, and we knocked the door, and an old lady opened the door, and we told her, would you like, can we have a few minutes from you? She said, of course. And my friend, the candidate, started to talk to her about GNP, GDP per capita, G7, the stand, all of those big things. She like looked at him for probably 50 seconds, gazed at him. And she told him, my darling, I don't care. The only thing I care about is I want to have food and on my table, and I can have a warm winter, and I can have for my electrical bill. So at the end of the day, you know, it's all about the human beings, the society, and how people live. Also, if you allow me to, you know, to share with you, in the, I think, 80s or 90s, Argentina has a massive economic crisis. And the IMF put a massive, you know, economic restructuring program. And after a few years, the country managed to implement it. So a senior member of the IMF went to meet a senior official from the country, and he said, could you just update me briefly about the situation? He said, yes, our ratios are all very good, but people are absolutely suffering. So at the end of the day, all what I'm trying to, with those examples to give you, is again, at the end of the day, it's all about the individuals, or about the humans in the society. It's not about ratios. It's not about just big pictures. It's about how we look after ourselves, how after our brothers and sisters in the community, and through, again, link it to our beliefs in Islam and Islamic economics. There is nothing more beautiful in reality than the Arabic word of takaful. Of course, takaful, it has now linked to insurance, but the original word of takaful is where the society takaful between themselves. It's a beautiful Arabic word. So final thought again on the topic, resilience is a process, not a destination. It's a way of life, basically. And that is where, when I said it's a way of life, you need to be modest, whether you are rich or whether you are poor. Again, it's always good not to be wasteful. Uncertainty is an opportunity for bold reforms. If you allow me just again to share with you one of the well-known saying for Al-Khalifa Omar, when he said, اخشوشنوا فإن النعم لا تدوم. Allow me to use it in Arabic, and I will translate it. اخشوشنوا فإن النعم لا تدوم. Don't be spoiled, basically. Get tough. Good time doesn't stay forever. النعم, good time, the نعمة, from word نعمة. We need to have, again, we need to promote all those concepts, and by doing this, we will be adaptable, we will be ready, and you know, inshallah, it will, you know, we will be, as humanity, we will be able to move on to a more secure future. So with this, you know, allow me just to probably so those are, I think, the main point I have to share with you in such a short time. And back to Dr. Dia, if there is any questions or any comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdel. Sorry, staff, would you mind to open the view, just remove the spotlight so we can see each of the participants here. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Abdel. Now we still have 30 minutes. Alhamdulillah, still have 30 minutes. We would like to open some Q&A if you are having questions, since we already have the experts in front of us, so we can directly ask to Professor Abdel.
Abdel Haq.
Abdel Haq, sorry. Professor Muhammad Abdel Haq.
Abdel Haq is a very beautiful name, because the meaning of Abdel Haq is the servant of the truth. And of course, the truth is,
mashallah.
And the truth is Allah.
Yes, indeed. And the truth is Allah.
Absolutely.
I'm really sorry.
Not at all.
Yeah.
You don't need to be sorry at all. We are all brothers and sisters here.
Thank you, Professor Abdel Haq. So, okay, I would like to invite to the participants, if you have any questions, you can just open your microphone, or you can raise your hands first and then open the microphone, please. Okay. While we are waiting for the participants to ask some questions, actually, in my head, we are in the same, like Dr. Dimas told me before. Me and Dr. Dimas are the same. We are concerned about resilience, but the differences is the theme of the resilience. I'm doing the resilience in disaster management for the natural and social disaster. In here, it is resilience that we have the community resilience on mostly in the financials and economic thought. I'm just thinking, Professor Abdelhak, I know that the sustainability is a really huge achievement for all of the countries and really difficult to have, even though it's measurable, but also it can be implemented. And you said that it's economic and social institutions for doing the call action that we could have for the next future. How about if the political how is the impact on it? Because we know that right now we have some problems, not problems, but the global have an impact from the political and war among two countries. So how is it? How to handle the resilience among impact of the politics, Professor Abdulhak?
Thank you. Again, I really would like just to, repeat what I briefly mentioned. It's all about the individuals and the society and those individuals. So again, let's do imagine there are some. Let me give you examples just to see to give you a better idea. During the pandemic here, those people who witnessed, for example, in Britain, I'm talking about, those people who lived through the Second World War, most of them, they have something called, the elderly people in this country, they have something called allotment. Each one have a small piece of land, whether in the back of his garden or he go and rent it from the council, and usually do plant bit of tomatoes, bit of vegetables, bit of potatoes, and they literally eat from it. They literally, they don't buy vegetables. Those new generations who only used to eat fast food and ready-made food and the microwave food, and suddenly there is no electricity, it would be a disaster. So I really think, it is definitely because of the scarcity of resources. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the human beings. There will be more wars, there will be more disruptions, and there will be more civil strife. So the only way any government, I think, a good government can do is to prepare its citizens for such eventualities. So when a war took place, usually, people will be to a certain extent ready. Where I came from, for example, originally, I am originally Palestinian. So those people who live in the village, they make their own bread. So if there is a big war, they don't care too much because they plant in their land the flour, and after that, they know how to make it wheat, and after that they know how to have they know how to make bread. And next to them, usually at least 10, 20 olive trees, and from the olive trees they can survive. I am personally very much advocating the details of sustainability. Is not just only the big concepts. At the end of the day, what happened if the supermarkets next to you closed? Can you survive or not? What happened if the country is relying on exporting anything is so important? What happened if the supply chain was disrupted? Are we going to survive? Are we going to move on, or are we going just literally to, to starve to death? What happened if there is no electricity? Do we have mechanisms so we can call on the solar system? And so this is, I think, the duty of our government and politicians across the globe, by the way, not just whether in Britain or Switzerland or Indonesia. This is everywhere. How to you know to prepare them. By the way, being fit individually is part of the sustainability. Being healthy is part of the sustainability. Stop smoking is part of the sustainability.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Abdul Haq. It's really interesting that I still remember how my professor in Konkan University taught me a lot of things being implement the sufficiency economy and how you survive if there's a lot of destructive, a lot of what's that vulnerability among all of us and how we survive on it. It's really important to us to have it. Thank you so much, Professor Abdul Haq. Right now, I see in the chat box from Aya Akmulia, there's one question, Professor Abdul Haq. Let me read it for you. Thanks for the material, Professor. I'm Aya, considering your recommendation, Prof, on previous slide, to build fiscal buffers, many developing nations face structural deficits and limited access to affordable credit right now. Do you believe there is a need for a global resilience financing mechanism, such as a multilateral resilience fund, to avoid deepening the resilience divide between the global north and south, maybe? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aya, for this question. Your question is very important, and your proposal as an answer is beautiful. But I hope I will not disappoint you, because I don't think this will happen in reality. I think look, for example, to what happened during the COVID. The COVID where even within Europe, forgot the word. Let's talk about Europe. Certain European countries kept the vaccines and even didn't share them with another European countries. So in reality, that is great to have, but I think we will be disappointed if you rely on that. I really think at the end of the day, each nation should try to do its best to support itself and its own citizens. At the end of the day, that is the only guarantee for survival and to move to different and a better future. But yes, I mean, to have a multilateral resilience fund, it's a great ideas, but I find it, it's beautiful, but I doubt it will happen, at least in our lifetime. Thank you, Dr. Dia. Back to you.
Again, thank you, Professor Abdul Haq. Really sorry, it's something stuck the Wi-Fi in my office. Okay, thank you so much. Is there any questions? Interesting. and insightful from Aya questions. Others, if you have any questions, you just can raise your hands and open the microphone. I think everyone is so having insightful from your Professor Abdelhak. Thank you so much for giving us quite a lot for a lot of the informations, including materials concerning the resilience. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I would
And
like to.
if I may just say one final word, I'm absolutely grateful to be with you. Thank you for
Please.
remembering me. And may I also thank my dear friend and brother, Dr. Dimas, for organizing such a brilliant conference. And may I wish you a very, very good afternoon and good morning for people in Europe or in the States. Thank you very much and bless you all. Thank you, my dear brothers and sisters. Thank you.
MashaAllah, Alhamdulillah, Thank you, Professor Abdul Haq. And I would like to give, as a representative of the committee, I would like to give you token of appreciation, which is a certificate. Would you mind to share it from the administrator? Yes, this is our token of appreciation to
Thank you
Professor
very much.
Abdul Haq.
Thank you very much. Please ensure you send it, email it to me. I promise you, I will print it and I will frame it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq. Okay, thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have. Yes, Alhamdulillah. It's a pleasure to get from Professor Evan Lau and also Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq. I would like to give back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi.
Thank you very much, Prof. Evan, Prof. Muhammad, and our moderator, Dr. Dia, for the wonderful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is closing speech from the head of the Second International Conference on Economic Development and Sustainability, Iconeds 2025, Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma, SAMAJ. To Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you, Sister Belia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, everyone. Very good morning for those who are in the UK. First of all, I would like to greet my fellow colleague, brother Dr. Dia. Thank you for being our moderator, and Professor Enda as our head of department. Thank you for staying with us since the morning until now. So, dear participants and all the committee members, before we announce the best paper and the best presenter, let me to give you some wrap up, the summary of the conference, as well as some policy recommendation that we may generate from these events. So based on the Second International Conference on Economics and Development or Studies, Iconeds 2025, organized by Master of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Here is the structure, summary, and policy recommendation derived from the presentation since the morning from the respected speakers and also from maybe from the conference presenters, in the parallel sessions. So this conference this year has a theme about strengthening economic resilience, navigating uncertainty for sustainability development in 2025. So the conference emphasized the urgent needs to reinforce economic resilience, Amidst global uncertainties such as climate change, technological disruptions, and market volatility, some scholars and practitioners from the various countries already shares their empirical finding, theoretical insight, and also policy implications through polarization as well as parallel sessions. So some key highlights that I may discuss with you, inform to you. The first is about the issue on sustainable development focus. So in terms of sustainable development focus, this conference achieved the idea on green economy, inclusive finance, and climate adaptation strategies were the central to many discussions. And also several papers address the intersection of environmental sustainability and economic planning. And the second highlight of this conference also about Islamic finance and resilience. Just now mentioned by Prof and also by Budia, also given some emphasis. Namely, for example, Professor Kabir Hassan and Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq highlighted the potential of Islamic finance in promoting ethical and sustainable economic systems. And the third key highlights is the technological innovation, whereby the session on EI, digital banking, stress the role of innovation in improving service delivery, and also financial inclusion. And the fourth one about smart cities and urban innovation, also comparative studies on smart city development, for example, from China and Indonesia, from the third speakers, I guess, and showcase digital infrastructure as the pathway to resilience and efficiency. And the fifth key highlights is about youth and gig economy. So this one emphasizes about millennials' financial behavior and the job trend in the gig economy, stressing the importance of financial literacy and digital tools. And the last one is about creative economy and SMEs. So entrepreneurship, digital marketplace behavior, and business model innovation were explored as the drivers of the local economic environments. Based on those key highlights, this conference would like to share some policy recommendation. So we have some policy recommendations that maybe could be the consideration for the next conference and also for the policy implication. The first is strengthen financial literacy and inclusions. So this one relates with the development of national campaign to enhance financial planning awareness, especially for youth, women, and also gig workers. And the second recommendation is about promoting green economic policies. Namely here, we emphasize on acceleration investment in renewable energy and green manufacturing, and encouraging low carbon development pathway for emerging economies. And the third recommendation is leverage digitalization. So in this case, we emphasize to support the integration of AI, blockchain, and fintech solution in public and private sectors to improve economic governance, and also promoting smart city frameworks through public-private partnership. And the fourth one, we recommend to empower local economies and SMEs by facilitating digital marketplace platform that connect local entrepreneurs to global value chains, and providing fiscal incentive and capacity building for startup, especially in creative sectors. And the fifth recommendation is fostering inclusive policy design. So this one consists of institutionalized stakeholders dialogue to include academia, policymakers, religious leaders, and civil societies, and also the using of participatory planning models to ensure economic policies reflect community needs and values. And the last but not least is integrating Islamic economic principles. So this one is promoting zakat-based social financing as the complementary tools for social protection. And the last one is encouraging ethical investment standard that align with maqasid al-Sharia or objective of Sharia. Therefore, Iconet 2025 here succeeded in highlighting the multi-dimensional nature of economic resilience. However, it called for interdisciplinary collaboration, community empowerment, and value-based economic governance as the key components in navigating today's uncertainties while ensuring sustainable development. So that's our wrap up, yeah, for the our one-day discussion since the morning until this afternoon. And before I move to the handover to the MC, I also would like to give you some information about the item or criteria as being best paper and also best presenter. Yeah. So after this, our moderator will announce. Yeah. But before that, we will give you some information about that. So in terms of the best paper or the best presenter, there are some items basically that we are giving to exercise. Yeah. If I may give you the information is in terms of the best paper. Yeah. So we evaluated based on the 5 items. The first is about problem identifications, analysis, application, and synthesis and evaluations. So these 4 respective items actually would like to see to what extent the authors able to provide explanation of problem very clearly and accurately, and to what extent also the presenters able to organize and analyze, gather information or data, clearly describe the factors that contribute to the problem or issue or explain the root of the problem. And also the paper also is expected to be able to apply new idea or knowledge to a given problem and able to propose alternative application. And the last but not least is we expect that the paper able to gather and evaluate information, chooses a clear interpretation, and provide sufficient evidences to support the conclusion. So based on those items, so after this, we will announce who will be the best paper. And the second one, in terms of the best presenters also, we managed to evaluate based on the several items for the presentation. So the first is about a clear delivery of ideas. And the second one is confident delivery of the ideas. The third one, effective and articulate delivery of the ideas. The fourth is voice and pronunciation. And the fifth, eyes context. Yeah, the eyes context. And the sixth one, understand and respond to questions. Yeah, how you respond the questions. And the last one is adaptation delivery to audience level. So to that extent, the audience can understand and comprehend the presentation. So based on those items, so we have evaluated your presentation today, yeah, to be informed and announced by the MC after this. I guess with that, on behalf of the second Iconet 2025, again, we would like to congratulate all of you, yeah, and thank you for joining us, and hopefully we can see again on the next Iconet 2026. With that, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dimas, for the inspiring remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the awarding session for the second International Conference on Economic Development and Sustainability, Iconeds 2025. It is the time to recognize the hard work, dedication, and achievement of outstanding individuals and teams. Are you ready? So let's start. Category Best Paper. From room. Rohmadi Hermawan, Aditya Novianto, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Congratulations to all the best presenters. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. May your achievements continue to inspire others. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second Iconeds 2025. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all keynote speakers, director, dean, and academic lecturers of UMY, all presenters and participants, and the entire committee for their dedication and hard work. Once again, thank you for your enthusiasm and presence today. I'm Belia Selvera, your master of ceremony. Please accept my sincere apologies for any shortcoming during my service. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you everyone. See you again next year.
Yes, Pak. Thank you very much, Pak.
Yeah, thank you. See you again.
Pak.
See you
Yeah.
next
Thank you, Pak. See you.
Okay, congratulations everyone.
Yes. Yes, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.